Good afternoon. Welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. We now go to agenda item number 1, which is appointment of the Chairman of the Planning Committee for the municipal year. Can I have a nomination for Chairman? Councillor Mrs. French. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Marks. Are there any further nominations, please? Thank you. In the absence of any further nominations, I declare that Councillor Connor has been appointed Chairman of the Planning Committee for the municipal year.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for appointing me as Chairman for a further municipal year. Thank you, councillors, as well. I would welcome those members of the public and press attendants who are watching the live stream of this meeting via YouTube. Whilst the meeting is being held publicly, it's being streamed via YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way, and a recording of the meeting will be available to view on YouTube until such times the meeting are produced. Please be aware that only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and are as close to you as possible to enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner. Can all present keep their microphones off except when invited to speak? Please ensure that the microphones are turned off when you have finished speaking. I'd also ask that everyone ensures their mobile phones are on silent or turned off for the duration of the meeting. With regard to the meeting, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public allowed to speak are those who have been registered to do so. Anyone who speaks must do so in a respectful and a polite manner. It's right there is meaningful discussions about the merits of applications, but we will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public or on officers' professional advice. So quickly on to agenda item 2, and I'd like to ask members' services, and that's Joe in this instance, if we have any apologies for absence. So Joe, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies today from Councillor Mrs. Davis, and Councillor Purser is acting as a substitute member today for her. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Purser. So we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is appointment of Vice Chair for the Planning Committee for the municipal year of 23-24. Can I have any nominations for Vice Chair, please? Yeah, so I could propose Councillor Marks. Have I got a second for that, please? Councillor Benny. Is there anybody else? Any other nominations at all? Okay, so Councillor Marks, you are duly elected as Vice Chair, and thank you very much for doing that. So quickly on to 4, to confirm and sign the minutes of the meeting for the previous meeting on the 5th of April 2023. Do I have a proposer to approve the minutes? Councillor French, seconder. Councillor Purser, thank you. Can we just have a quick show of hands just to, obviously, thank you. Lovely, so thank you. So the minutes of the 5th of April 23 are agreed. Now we'll go to agenda item number 5, which is urgent items. There are none. Agenda item number 6 is declarations of interest. Member services, and we'll now go to each councillor in turn. And can you please state if you've got anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items today? So, Joe, please, thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Joe. I am a member of Charteris Town Council, but I take no part in planning decisions, no voting or discussions. Also, I know Matthew Hall, who has an application here this afternoon from Morgan Hall. Other than that, nothing today.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I was a member of March Town Council when this agenda item number 7 and 15 were discussed, but took no part in any of the discussions or indeed voting. I represent Doddington and Wilmington as a district councillor on the previous administration and obviously this one, but take no part in any planning matters there. I know the applicant and the agent. I use Mega Plants as a customer, and I know the agent Ian Geller as he was a Doddington parish councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. French.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Marchtown Council, but take no part in their planning applications. I'm also a member on 6 drainage boards. cabinet member. I have not been involved in the application, which is Fenland's today. I'm not predetermined and I'll approach it with an open mind. And also, I'm a customer of Mega Plants.
Councillor Hicks.
Yes, I would like to declare an interest in the planning application at 0062, the first one on the agenda, as I have close family friends which live down one of the roads which backs onto the application.
Councillor Hicks, are you taking part in that application?
No, I'm not.
Councillor. Councillor Maffedon.
I have no interest in any of the applications, so thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. On item number 7, I've been lobbied. Item number 9, the applicant is known to me via business, so I won't be taking any part in that. Item number 12, I also deal with Mega Plants on a personal basis. And item number 16, the applicant is known to be via a previous business, but I don't believe I've spoken to him in the last 10 years and believe I remain open-minded on that application.
Yeah, are you going to?
Yes.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Marchtown Council. I take no part whatsoever in any planning matters and the likes. I have, however, been lobbied on items number 7 and 15. Thank you.
Is that 7 and 15 you've been lobbied on?
Mr. Chairman, I've been lobbied on 7 email.
Don't think I am.
Any other members got anything else to declare? Councillor Benny?
I've been lobbied on item 7 and also item 8 today is an FTC application, which I've been involved in from the investment board. So I should be stepping away from my taking any part in that application today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Now we'll go to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. Proposals are now being dealt with in a slightly different manner. Members should still only make a proposal if invited to do so. However, in the interests of time management, I'll be looking for a proposal to go with officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no such proposal is forthcoming, or if that proposal fails, I will now be looking for a proposal to go against the recommendation. Members are reminded that any such proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Graham Smith. He's the Senior Development Officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR22/0062/0 agenda item number 7. So Graham, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this item's for the erection of up to 110 dwellings. It's in an outline form with matters committed in respect of access only. It's on the site to the south of Upwell Road in March, and it's before committee today because the Town Council comments objecting and the number of representations that were contrary to officer recommendation. Here we have the site and the location plan on the left there, virtually triangular in shape, and the aerial photograph. You can see the houses to the west of the site on Cavalry Drive, and housing going further to the east on Upwell Road. This is the amended indicative parameters plan, showing how the development with its proposed access might come forward. This includes areas of open space and an attenuation area that matches that in the flood risk assessment in the southeastern corner. It's not too easy to see this one, but this is the access plan, which is shown, which is within the applicant's transport assessment, showing how the access can come forward onto Upwell Road between properties 73 and 81 and number 85 Upwell Road. This demonstrates that suitable visibility can be achieved from that access, and that the access is capable of coming forward in accordance with the Highway Authority's wishes. Okay, again, difficult to see, but this is the topography of the site. The site slopes down from the northwest to the southeast, and it rather explains why the attenuation area is where it is proposed. Next slide, please. And although this tips 90 degrees from the previous plans, this is actually the drainage plans, which is included within the applicant's flood risk assessment. And that oval shape in the bottom left-hand side is the attenuation area. This is indicative, so it's not necessarily going to be exactly as this. However, this demonstrates how it could come forward, and with support of the drainage authorities. The point is that the drainage will work from the point of view of taking gravity-fed drainage from the north and from the west, and everything will be fed through the development site to the attenuation area in the southeastern corner. And then there is a blue arrow next to that oval, and that is the point of discharge. And then there is an orange coloured building to the right-hand side of that oval, and that is the pumping station. The pumping station would work for the foul sewer system, which then pumps to the red arrow on the right-hand side, which meets with Upwell Road. But the important thing of this is that the fact that the drainage will go, the surface water drainage will all go to the south and the southeast, which is away from the area of Calroy Drive. Thank you. Next slide. Some photos of the site. The one on the top, a view from the existing public right of way. The one on the right is the main access point. It's an existing track which serves the site at the moment. And then you can see the number 81 Upwell Road on the right and number 85 Upwell Road on the left. Views on the top of this there is across the site from the public right of way, which is quite a good view. And you can just see the slope as it goes down towards the right of the site. The bottom photograph is the view from within the site on the existing track towards housing on Upwell Road. And the view on the right is the permissive footpath on the western edge of the site. Okay, before concluding, I'd like to draw members' attention to the update sheet that's been circulated. We've had a number of later items, as it were, received. Firstly, on your update sheet, there's reference from comments from the Lead Flood Authority. The applicant has submitted further information at the request of the Lead Flood Authority, and this is their response. I'll just read a paragraph. Based on these, as Lead Local Flood Authority, we are able to remove our objection to the proposed development. The above document demonstrates that surface water from the proposed development can be managed through the use of permeable paving and an attenuation pond restricting surface water discharge to 4.08 litres per second, the greenfield rate for the site. It is proposed to discharge surface water into the existing watercourse along the eastern boundary of the site. Further information should be provided at the detailed design stage, because this is only an outline application, to demonstrate connectivity between the point of discharge and the eventual outfall of this watercourse into Horsemoor Drain. The Lead Flood Authority confirms their request for planning conditions, 3 of which they previously asked for. They've added a 4th condition, which responds to the further information that the applicants have submitted, requiring further works to the ditch and the connection, which has been submitted. And then I'd like to also draw members' attention to further representation received which is detailed in your update report, particularly on highway matters and the officer's response to that. We fortunately were able to receive a highways reply to those further comments, but it was too late to include in the updates report. So I'll just take you quickly through those. The baseline survey used within the assessment were undertaken in April 2021 for the Cavalry Drive roundabout. The 2021 flows were robustly increased to consider impact of COVID. And July 2022 for the St Peter's Road causeway signals and High Street Boroughmore Road mini roundabout. Such surveys used with this assessment are acceptable. They were undertaken outside of the peak fuel delivery driver shortage period. The March 2022 surveys referred to in the neighbour objection were not used with this assessment. The accident analysis included within the transport assessment is acceptable. The highway officer goes on to describe what they were and that they covered the appropriate times, and no groupings of accidents were found close to the development site. A controlled crossing across Upwell Road for school children is not required for the development, as at no point would school children from the development need to cross Upwell Road to access both Cavalry Primary School and Neil Wade Academy. There are existing crossing points available along St Peter's Road, Upwell Road, that can accommodate school children travelling from the Northern March area to Cavalry Road Primary School and the Neil Wade Academy. These include the drop curb and tactile paved crossings between the Cavalry Drive roundabout and Morton Avenue, and a zebra crossing to the immediate east of Eastwood Avenue, and a signal crossing to at the St Peter's Road Causeway Signal Junction, the first of which is located within circa 35 metres of Cavalry Drive. Given the accident analysis does not highlight any existing safety issues concerning school children crossing Upwell Road, it is considered that the existing crossing provision on Upwell Road is satisfactory to continue to accommodate the safe crossing of school children from Northern March. Highway officer also talks about on-street parking within the vicinity of the school, and it's observed to be the characteristic for short periods during school drop-off and pick-up periods throughout the UK. Throughout the rest of the day, these streets typically experience much reduced levels of on-street parking, unless explicitly in breach of the highway code, whilst parking observed on Cavalry Drive during school drop-off and pick-up times is inconsiderate, it is not enforceable. The proposed development is situated within walking and cycling distance from Cavalry Primary School and Neil Wade Academy. Whilst it is noted that some level of on-street parking occurs, it is observed to predominantly occur on one side of the road at a time. Where parking does occur on both sides of the road, there is suitable waiting provision available to allow vehicles to pass. As such, it is considered that suitable passing provision is present on St Peter's Road to accommodate the development. We've also received a letter yesterday from Stephen Barclay MP, who states that, as you know, I rarely intervene directly in planning matters as a member of Parliament, as they're quite rightly a matter for the local council. All of the casework inquiries I receive, of all the casework inquiries I receive about flooding in the constituency, a significant proportion are from residents of Cavalry Drive, which is why I've taken the unusual step in contacting you and bringing these concerns to your attention. We must build more houses to accommodate our ever-growing population. That said, they must be built in the right place. In recent years, there have been several serious flooding events on Cavalry Drive, adjacent to Upwell Road, and I know traffic is a continual daily problem in the area too. It is my hope that officers and committee members will take these very valid concerns into consideration when the planning application for 110 dwellings comes before them shortly. An officer note to that is that the site is entirely within flood risk zone 1, an area that central government NPPF advises residential development should be located. Then further, yesterday we received comments from the IDB, which I intend to summarise. They were too late for the updates sheet. And just pointing out that this application was submitted in January, was validated in January 2021, and the IDB was consulted on the 8th of February 2022. At 16:26 yesterday, comments were received. These were too late to be including updates and therefore summarised. The IDB discusses the board system and Drainage Act responsibilities. It discusses other drains in the vicinity and how they impact. The board refers to known flooding and encouraging further investigation into flooding. The board acknowledges the Cavalry Road area as a wet spot and recognises this as an acute drainage area. The surface water from the area flows to the west towards the Causeway High Street. However, whilst the part of the Latches Fen pumping station subcatchment in close proximity to the site is not considered to be an acute drainage area, it is considered to be an area of concern, where care and diligence will be required by all parties, including your council, if flooding and poor drainage are to be avoided. The failure to maintain such watercourses was one of the causes of the flooding incidents experienced. The board acknowledges the submission of the survey of the connecting watercourse, but disagrees with the view of the LLFA, suggesting hydraulic modelling should be required. The board requests access to maintain other watercourses near the site and refers to Drainage Act considerations. It gives advice on what is likely to be acceptable. The board refers to biodiversity and the absence of net gain. Concern is also raised about the insufficient consideration given to the following: the detrimental effects of the surface water runoff, the layout of the development, which should be designed to facilitate access by routine maintenance, access machinery, the design of the attenuation area and its maintenance, the funding, management and maintenance of the flood risk management systems serving the site. The board will require that adequate provisions are made for the long-term ownership, funding, management and maintenance arrangements for the upkeep of any water level and flood risk management system, whether on or off site, in perpetuity. These requirements may be in addition to those imposed by planning conditions or required by the LFA, and that details of the works to be carried out by the occupier stroke landowner, adopting authority, the management company or other responsible persons, together with the costs attached, are included in the homeowners packs and the deed of sale. The applicant is urged to discuss the relevant issues via the post-application consultation procedure as a matter of urgency. An officer's note here: this application is in outline form, therefore the above is not designed in detail. Also, much that is referred to relates to matters controlled by the IDB in relation to the Drainage Acts, which is not material to the planning application. Furthermore, despite the IDB disagreeing with the LFA, it is noted that the IDB does not object to the application on grounds of flood risk. Now, amazingly, after I received that, I was able to correspond with the LFA, who came back to me and said the following: they've viewed the IDB email and states, I can confirm that it does not change our position and that we remain in support of the application. We believe that appropriate details can be ascertained at the detailed design stage through the reserved matters and the inclusion of our previously requested conditions. We'd take this opportunity to highlight the importance of the inclusion of our requested conditions relating to the surveying and remediation of the downstream watercourse into which the site proposes to discharge. And then later on in the night, a further email was received from a resident, the landlord of numbers 75 and number 81 Upwell Road, regarding a photograph that was sent in objection regarding displacement of parking on the site entrance. The email states that the tenants on numbers 75 to 81 park at the rears of houses. The areas shown parked is not suitable for parking in winter conditions. Vehicles should not have been there, and they may have been there in connection with a garage business or for the benefit of the photographer, but the vehicles should not have been there. I'll return to the conclusion. The application site is on the edge of existing housing in March. a market town considered a sustainable location where new growth can occur in the council's adopted settlement hierarchy. Whilst not much in terms of weight is given to the current emerging local plan, it is noted that the site is allocated in the emerging local plan for residential development. The principle of the development is therefore considered acceptable. The application is in outline form with access proposed at the point of an informal track access to the field and rears of existing housing. Significant objections and a petition has been received as detailed in your main report. Main concerns are highway congestion and flood risk, particularly the Cavalry Road area flooding referred to. The site is in flood risk zone 1, where development is preferred. Officers highlight residents' objections with the LFA and Anglian Water, both considered in detail, and after receipt of further data regarding conditions of outfall ditches and the watercourse, confirmed they have no objection. Conditions are attached, and the design of details will need to accord with the applicant's flood risk assessment and further works to address the current issues detailed in the survey as required. Officers consider this detailed assessment satisfactorily addresses flooding concerns. The LFA reply to the IDB comments clarifies this. The local highway authority have also considered residents' detailed concerns and conclude the transport assessment methodology was acceptable and the findings are credible. Off-site highway improvements have been agreed, totaling £165,000, plus detailed footway improvements detailed in the main report. The applicant confirms that 20% affordable housing and infrastructure as detailed in the main report will be provided. All the policy considerations, such as the character of the area, the residential amenity, etc., are addressed in the main report, and the application is considered to accord with relevant policies. The recommendation is therefore to grant, subject to the signing of an acceptable Section 106 agreement, as detailed in the update report, with the additional condition recommended by the LFA. There was one thing in the update report that it refers to the fact that the Section 106 agreement is not a unilateral. It says in the main report that it could be unilateral. That was an error. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Graham, for extremely comprehensive officer presentation. We have two sets of speakers on this application. Firstly, I would like to invite Victoria Batteram, an objector, to make her presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. So when you nicely sit, absolutely, please. Express.
Thank you. I don't think I really have any particularly new points to put across, really, but I just wanted to reinforce. I felt it was really important to attend, to represent the local residents, over 500 people that have all raised very valid and similar concerns about this application. In particular, those around the traffic in the area and also around the flooding. I think when we've looked at some of the reports, the methodology, in our opinion, doesn't seem to be factually or reliably evidenced based on what we see as residents on a day-to-day in our area in terms of traffic, also in terms of danger and accidents that have happened in the local area. We've had several accidents, particularly in Cavalry Road, with children at school, particularly on the bend where couples have been hit by ongoing traffic, whether they're all recorded or not, but they've happened, so that's difficult to evidence. In terms of flooding in the area, I've provided numerous photographs where homes have flooded in the area on more than one occasion. And I think as local residents, we've had a problem where nobody wants to take responsibility for that. Highways don't want to take responsibility. Anglian Water don't want to take responsibility. And I referred to Anglian Water 5.15, where they actually state, please note, we don't take into account the incidents of flooding that are not related to capacity in our networks, such as blockages caused by non-flushable tree roots, operational maintenance issues. In heavy rainfall, surface water often gets into the sewer network and may cause flooding in our foul sewer network, which can become overwhelmed with a sudden surge of surface water. This surface water should not be in the dedicated foul sewer network. The foul sewer networks are not designed to accept this flow. Obviously, you know, the foul water network in the area was constructed many years ago when there were far less people living in the area. And this Anglian Water have also stated that the connection is acceptable. You know, adding you know, further developments to this system that is already overloaded is our concern, our main concern as residents. And I think what I was, as residents, what we were particularly worried about is the fact that that you're receiving a summary report, that you're not perhaps, that you haven't reviewed all the information separately. And I think when you're viewing the information separately, particularly the developers' reports, which sometimes conflict against each other when you're reading them, is very important rather than reading the summarised evidence. That was all I should say.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. If you just remain seated, members might have some questions for you. So, Councillor French, thank you.
Good afternoon. Can I ask you, do you actually live in that ward or Carlby? Thank you. I am your county councillor and I know about flooding down there.
Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Having been somewhere else recently regarding CCC and highways, and we were told their accident rate, which was a lot different, reported. What do you believe is the accident rate down there? We're looking at also the pictures that we saw with red on the road. So obviously it is an issue down with that road.
We do get cars parked both sides of the road. They're not just on one side of the road. Visibility is very difficult. I have near misses all the time, even trying to access my own property at certain times of the day because vehicles are parked both sides. Children are crossing the roads. As I say, I'm aware of 4 accidents in the area, and that's probably in the last 3 years. 2 with children and 2 with adults crossing. 2 with children near the school and the road just off of the school, and with adults on 2 adults on that bend, yeah, in Calvary Drive.
Any more questions at all? Can't see any burning desire. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite Ian Riley on behalf of the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
That one? Pretty loud as it is. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today. As stated, my name is Ian Riley. I'm the Group Head of Planning for Allison Homes, and we are the applicant. The application under consideration is an outline application for up to 110 dwellings with all matters reserved apart from access. Development will deliver market housing and affordable housing provision 20%. As covered in detail in the officer's report, the principle of development is established through the windfall policy in the current local plan. However, it's also worth noting that this site has been identified as a draft housing allocation in the emerging local plan. This underlines its suitability for development of this nature and scale. Allison Homes and our consultant team have worked closely with the planning officers and the consultees to identify issues and resolve them to their satisfaction, many of which have also been raised by the public and other stakeholders. I believe that this has been covered fully in the committee report, and we'd like to thank officers for providing such a detailed and positive report, which confirms that there are no outstanding technical matters to be resolved at this stage of the planning process. We have reviewed the draft planning conditions and the new ones discussed today, and can confirm that they are acceptable in principle to Allison Homes. The proposal is an outline, but our technical assessments confirmed that there would be a sud pond to be provided for drainage purposes at the southeastern corner of the site and a 3-metre drainage easement on the eastern boundary, with the buffer also providing for biodiversity benefits. We have also agreed to provide enhancements to some of the school crossings. These works will consist of tactile paving and drop curbs. The application seeks to agree access at this stage. To implement the access, the speed bumps on Upwell Road need to be relocated. We can confirm that a formal application for the relocation of those speed bumps has been approved by County Highways already. Whilst this application is an outline, we have proposed parameter plans to set the principles for the development. These principles include confirmation that houses will be outward facing to the public right of way, and the provision of a policy compliant area of open space with a new play area, which would also be overlooked to provide for passive surveillance. We're also proposing to provide upgrades to the existing public right of way, both in the southern and western boundaries. These enhancements have been agreed with Fenland District Council's estates team. We have agreed with officers that the Section 106 legal agreement would be formalised or formulated. This would secure the affordable housing perpetuity and also provide £276,000 of contributions towards the NHS, libraries and highway improvements. Allison Homes consider this proposal to be a sustainable development, fully in accordance with the current local plan, the emerging local plan and the relevant parts of the MPPF. We have worked with officers and consultees to resolve all technical issues that can be achieved at this stage of the planning process. And through our parameter plans, we have set out some important principles that will shape and guide the detailed design for this site. We are committed to delivering the site, and should approval be forthcoming, we will bring forward a reserve matters application before the end of the year, with the aim of being on site within 6 months of that approval. The site will help to maintain the council's housing supply and bring forward much needed quality and affordable homes for the district. Thank you for listening, and if anyone's got any questions, please do ask.
Yeah, thank you, members. If you'd like to, thank you, Mr. Riley. Members, questions to Mr. Riley. Councillor French.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, have you been in contact with the Internal Drainage Board?
I think we obviously carry out quite a lot of consultation pre-application wise, and obviously there's a statutory consultation process to go through with the council. So I'm assuming we have to talk to them. I can't guarantee it, but if we don't, we know it's going to happen through the planning process.
Thank you. You most certainly have not contacted the Drainage Board.
That's disappointing to hear. I'm sorry about that.
And I have got a copy of the letter from the Internal Drainage Board, and part of it says the remainder of the site is within the board's rateable area, and the board and not the local league flood authority are approving the authority, and its prior written consent is required for relevant items. So it is essential that you should be talking to the Drainage Board's middle level, and I think this one is marked east.
Right. But
So
again,
it's-
obviously there was comments received last night from the Drainage Board, which confirms their position. Is that correct? Yes. But you know, from Allison Homes' perspective, yes, that's disappointing. We should be really on the front foot of dealing
More,
with people
more than
directly.
disappointing.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any questions at all for Mr. Riley before we let him go? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, questions to officers, please. Have you got any? Councillor Marks.
Just so we're clear regarding the internal drainage board, obviously it's quite an important thing to pump water away and get rid of water, and it starts with the drainage board before it goes to Anglian Water and stuff. How much weight can we actually put on what they've said there?
Graham, please answer. Thank you. If you can, thank you.
The Drainage Board works under the powers of the Land Drainage Acts, which I think I said in the comments, operates separately to the planning acts. So a lot of their concerns relate to activities that they're, putting it simply, the applicant rightly has to communicate with the Internal Drainage Board to comply with the Land Drainage Acts, but that entire operation takes place outside of the planning process. So, for instance, if they can't accord with the Drainage Acts, then the IDB has the power to control the fact that they can't build out, but that is outside of the planning process. as you can probably see, those final comments that I referred to from the IDB was about management and funding and inclusions of things within the deeds of the properties, none of which relates to planning considerations. The developer will have to deal with the drainage, the internal drainage board will have to do so, as the councillor has just referred to. But this is an outline application where the details are not being approved or even considered at this point in time. So there is no houses to look at this moment in time. There is just the principle. The Lead Flood Authority, who are the drainage authority responsible for planning matters, have commented and have taken the lead on where the application goes. And their point is that everything has to accord with their conditions. So they will need to go through their processes. Condition 4, for instance, which I referred to in your update report, find it in one sec. Includes condition 4, prior to connecting surface water drainage from the site to the watercourse on the eastern boundary of the site that heads east via 3 culverts and discharges into Horsemoor Drain. So that's the area of concern that we're talking about. Includes a requirement that to ensure the ditch line has a suitable gradient away from the point at which it is proposed to connect into along the length of the ditch for a distance of at least 765 metres. So the developer has got to provide the appropriate gradient on that ditch to drain that the site. That is required by that planning condition. So the Lead Flood Authority has gone down that line. The developer has done a CCTV survey of those ditches. The Lead Flood Authority's point is that they can't ask for anything more. So we've kind of come to where we are. Does that help?
The drainage board is the internal drainage board is the first people to take the water, and they haven't been consulted from day one. It just baffles me. Obviously, we know there's flooding there, and Anglian Water will take the foul, which is fine. They've got a pumping station, but we've still got water running off with land, and they've not been consulted.
Through you, if I may, Chairman, the IDB were consulted on the planning application, and indeed members who've been on the committee for a while will be totally familiar with being sat here with reports in them saying the IDB were consulted and we've received no comments. I think the key point is to reinforce what Graham has told you is that from a planning point of view, the LLFA, the County Council, or the statutory consultancy on drainage matters. The IDB comments are clearly important, but again, they have a separate consenting regime, and our first sort of port of call, as it were, in respect of drainage matters is, are the LLFA happy? In this case, they clearly are.
Any more questions before I ask one? Right, okay. Right. I don't know if I heard rightly. Was the highways team? Did they say St Peter's Road hasn't got too many traffic issues? Because it certainly has, and they don't park on both sides of the road, because they certainly do. And I use that road really frequently, and you're always in sort of in daily hours, always have to wait for other cars to come. So I don't really see if I did hear right, I can't really see the relevance of that statement, to be fair. Thank you. Or the truthfulness of that statement. Thanks. So thank you for that.
Yes, I was reading the response from the highways to the additional objectors' comments, and that you heard it correct.
Maybe we should disregard that one then, but thank you. to come back, councillor French, or anything, or you're, no? Now, members, I'd like to invite you to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate and councillor French to kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I have to say, we know that the drainage boards are not a consultee, a statutory consultee. The question that I asked the agent, had they contacted, they didn't. It is fundamental. It's not important. It's fundamental that the drainage board are consulted. But let's go back to the application. This application was not in the 2014 plan. It is not in March neighbourhood plan. The 2014 it was FDC's, 2017 is March Town Council's neighbourhood plan, which we took considerable time, effort and cost to bring this about. It clearly states that this application is in the emerging local plan, and we have been told repeatedly the emerging local plan is not far enough along to give enough weight for this application. This application is premature. There are various PCPs and larger allocations, and I will actually read March Town Council's. The neighbourhood plan supports the major allocations on the edge of March as set out in Fenland's local plan 2014. A, strategic allocations, south-east March around 600 homes, west March around 2,000 homes. Broad locations for growth, southwest March 500 homes and March trading for business. The neighbourhood plan does not allocate any additional major development sites on the outskirts of March. March Town Council neighbourhood plan supersedes the lot, and I will not support this application.
I think you made that point very clear, councillor French. Anybody else at all? We're still in debate, obviously. Councillor French has kicked it off. I'm sure other people would like to. Councillor Marks, thank you.
I've got a real concern, obviously, regarding drainage, but also highways. Are we looking at yet another highways desktop survey that's just been hidden with, you know, looking at this, we had the same in the centre of March. I don't put anything, you know, these surveys, we don't actually hear whether they physically come out and actually done a proper survey or whether it's desktop. And my gut feeling is they haven't visited this site. This is another desktop survey.
Chairman, can I come back?
Councillor French, have you finished, councillor Marks? Yes, of course you can, councillor
Yes,
French. Thank you.
going back to highways, I sit on MATS as the March Area Transport Study. I have been on that committee since 2017, and I can assure you there are great problems there. In the second phase, we already put the zebra crossing in last year or 18 months ago. The next plan under the MATS is redesigning the top of St. Peter's Road. St. Peter's Road is awful, and there is no way it's going to support another 200 vehicles down that road. It is not in the policies, and it is not an allocated site.
I mean, I think I've already highlighted the flaws in the highway report down St. Peter's Road. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think everybody around this table who has frequented that road can see that. So I don't know whenever they went down there, they must have gone at midnight or something, I should think, but wherever. Anybody else would like to add to the debate? Yeah, councillor Purser, please do.
Just a very small point, Mr. Chairman. I think I have to completely echo what Councillor French said and also what Charlie Mark said. Totally agree with everything they've said. Actually echo it completely. Thank you.
My members still in debate. Anybody would like to add to it at all? No, we're all finished, have we? I think we've all made our points really clear. Officers, would you like to sum up, so to speak? I'm sure you've got something to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think to pick up on the issues, I mean, I suppose going back to first principles, Councillor French's comments around the March neighbourhood plan and the status of the site within that. Clearly, the site isn't allocated in either the 2014 local plan or the March neighbourhood plan. However, both those documents do have policies regarding windfall development on the edge of towns and the edge of March in particular, obviously with the neighbourhood plan. Windfall development in the local plan is defined as anything under 249 dwellings. And the neighbourhood plan effectively supports the provisions. So proposals for residential development will be supported where they meet the provision of the Fenland local plan. So from a principal point of view, both the adopted local plan and the March neighbourhood plan would not resist the development of this site in principle. I think in terms of issues of drainage, we've covered those already, but the primary issue is your statutory consultee doesn't raise any objections. In terms of highways, again, the comments of the Highway Authority are not raising any issues in terms of the highway safety implications of the development, and there has been quite robust consideration of the highway information, and it's certainly not been a case that's kind of we've had comments back from the Highway Authority and just accepted those sort of at face value. There has been quite a bit of toing and froing between officers at the case officer and officers at the Highway Authority to actually check and double check that the comments that they're making are robust and correct. Consequently, and clearly don't want to necessarily prejudge where this debate and where members may be wanting to sort of take this item. Certainly, I would suggest that if members are minded to look towards a refusal of the application, there are very few grounds on which the application could be refused and on which the application could be refused and successfully defended at appeal. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So as mentioned previously, I will initially be looking for a proposer or a proposal to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission. Do I have such a proposer for this recommendation? So basically, does anybody go with officer's recommendation to approve this, members? I don't think you have to be a clairvoyant to see that, Councillor French. Thank you. So we haven't got a proposer and a seconder. I'm going to ask for a different proposal then. So who's going to? So Councillor French, what is your proposal,
Thank you,
please?
Mr. Chairman. I recommend that this application is refused.
Okay.
Reasons: it does not conform with, and I've listened to what David said, it is not within the 2014. It is not within the March neighbourhood plan. It's in the emerging when it was called for sites. That emerging plan is not far enough along to give it any weight whatsoever.
I'm just going to bring Stephen in, please, their legal officer.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. It would be remiss of me not to point out, just adding to what David said, that if members refuse this application, the planning authority will be expected to substantiate the reasons for refusal. And from what has been said by the planning officers, I would struggle to know what planning reasons were given. For example, the highways authority don't object. The committee doesn't have highways expertise. So I would have to warn members that they certainly can go ahead and refuse this if they wish to. If they don't substantiate grounds of refusal, there is a risk of costs, a real risk of costs on appeal.
Yes, so thank you very much for your advice there, Chairman. So I'm going to go back to Councillor French now and say, would you like to still carry on with your proposal?
Yes.
You would. Okay, that's fair enough.
Can I just say, Mr. Chairman, I will not state anything about the highways. I believe the highways have got it wrong, but we're not going to say that. As I say, I have sat on this committee since 2017, and I know the highway issues that are there, especially down St. Peter's Road. And with regard to flooding, well, there is a flooding issue. I'm not going down that line either. This is against council policy, the town council's policy, and the emerging plan is not far enough along to give any weight to it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm happy with that. Have I got a second for Councillor French's proposal? Councillor Purser. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to refuse this application, to be clear. Councillor French is proposing it. Councillor Purser's kindly seconded it. All those in favour of that proposal, please show hands.
Unanimous decision, Chairman, because councillor Hicks stood away from this application.
Yes, yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you, Joe. That application has been refused. Thank you. Nobody wants to leave the chamber. I was just going to give them a couple of minutes if anybody did. So now I'll hand over to Graham Smith again. Oh, sorry. Thought that might be the case. I think that's everybody gone. Now I'll hand over to Graham Smith to present agenda item number 8, FYR 220914. It's an FDL application. So Graham, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is for the erection of a care home for up to 70 apartments with additional commercial floor space to 900 square metres and up to 60 dwellings. It's all in outline form with all matters reserved. It's a site to the east of the river, east, Mean Parade, Bedford Street, Chase Street in Wisbech. It's before committee because this is in effect a council planning application. This is the location plan and the aerial photograph. On the aerial photograph, you can see the boathouse in the top northwest corner, and the police station in the south. It's southern corner or southwest corner. Again, the location plan is showing you with the existing highways that move through the site, and they're not proposed to be changed. Next one, please. And this is all indicative information. This just shows how development plots may come forward. It's an illustrative development plots plan. And also illustrative landscaping that show how some landscaping areas might come forward. You can just see some green shading. Thank you. And photographs of the site, again with the boathouse in the corner, new housing on Chase Street to the north on the right hand side, and views across what is a vacant and rather derelict site. The public realm adjacent to the river on the top there, and views towards the police station building to the south. There are no updates on this application, you'll be pleased to hear. The application site is within the Neen waterfront and port broad location area for growth, policy LP8 in the local plan. It is considered to comply with the County Council's Minerals and Waste Local Plan. The principle is therefore considered acceptable. This is an important regeneration of a vacant site in Wisbech. The application is in outline form with use of the existing access grid, as you can see. Of critical importance in this application is flood risk, a common theme. But there are no objections from the LFA. Conditions are attached and the design in detail will need to accord with the applicant's flood risk assessment and the conditions that the Lead Flood Authority propose. The Local Highway Authority have detailed considerations in the main report, and similarly these will need to be carefully addressed in detail at the reserve matters stage. However, as no details are being provided at this moment in time, they can be considered as part of the reserve matters application. We do, however, have an outstanding objection from the county archaeologist. The site is complex because of the contamination, the previous uses that were on the site. And the works, the remediation works that took place have complicated how you go about undertaking archaeology assessments. So that's part of the reason why we haven't got that in front of members today. I'm sure the presenter will refer to that. However, the archaeologist is not happy in simply putting planning conditions attached to the report, to the determination. And therefore, the recommendation in front of you in your main report is to grant, but we still need the works to come forward on the archaeology. So we would give a 4-month period for the archaeology works to take place. And then if that's satisfactory with the archaeologists, we're recommending that the decision would then be granted. Affordable housing and infrastructure. Current position due to the council's own viability assessment with the emerging local plan on sites north of the A47 means there are no affordables required or infrastructure contributions. Therefore, as with similar sites in these areas, this is consistent in terms of the application of the council's current position. I.e., if this was a private developer proposing the same thing, we would be recommending the same outcome. The applicant's proposals detailed in the main report accords with the current position and is therefore acceptable. The recommendation is recommended to grant planning permission with delegation to the head of planning to finalise conditions unless the county council archaeologist has failed to confirm removal of their objection within 4 months of the date of this committee, in which case the application would then be refused as on the main page 83 of the main agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks once again, Graham. We have one speaker on this application, and I'd now like to invite Simon Machin. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Hopefully that's switched on. Conscious that you've got a busy afternoon, so I'm going to be brief if that's okay, and I don't intend to wax lyrical about the benefits of the application.
Please do.
All I wanted to do was update on the only outstanding technical matter, which is archaeology, and just to reassure you that that's not something we're trying to shirk. It's something which is complicated and probably unexpected. In fact, I think David and I originally, before the application was submitted, scoped the technical reports that we would require to accompany the application, and archaeology was on neither of our lists, on the basis that the site has been remediated to a depth of about 2 meters. So everything down to that depth has been grubbed out, site cleaned, because as you probably know, it was part of the former gasworks, timber yard, metal manufacturing complex that fronted the river here. So it was a little unexpected, the stance of the county archaeologist, and indeed the boathouse adjacent had nothing more than a watching brief condition attached to it when that was built. So we were unexpecting the sort of level of interest from the archaeologists. Notwithstanding that, we have interrogated the remediation strategy, which includes borehole samples, and the archaeological report from our consultants Tetra Tech is expected by the end of next week. In fact, we've been waiting for the county archaeologist to provide us with the heritage data information for the site. So we're almost there on that. I think my concern is that the county archaeologist is probably seeking an intrusive investigation on the site prior to the grant of outline planning permission. And as you all know, the outline before you doesn't commit to the siting of buildings. It doesn't commit to the site layout. So we don't actually know where the built footprints will be. And what we'd be reluctant to do is to go on some kind of fishing expedition in terms of archaeological survey work, which is likely to be what we call a geo-environmental survey with boreholes down to 4 meters, which is where any remains will be in the river silt. So, Chairman, I think there are 2 options. One is to go with the officer recommendation, which may require us to do archaeological works at this stage before you grant consent. The second is to do what is quite normal in the case of an outline planning application, and is to impose a detailed planning condition requiring a scheme of investigation, a WSI. As you will know from other applications that you deal with, there are normally two approaches. One is a watching brief, probably not appropriate in this instance. The other is a written scheme of investigation, which we can do at reserve matters stage. My fear is that we may hold up the outline consent depending upon the amount of work that we've got to do to satisfy the county archaeologists. But critically, we can't do anything in terms of building on the basis of an outline planning permission. It has to come back through the reserve matters stage. So, Chairman, that's where we are with archaeology, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Thank you.
Yeah, members, questions to Mr. Machin, please. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Simon. How confident are you that you can get this sorted out through your conservation officer and county council?
If I may answer that in a slightly different way.
Please do.
I'm confident that we can satisfy any concerns about archaeology. It's the time at which we need to satisfy those. Is that prior to the grant of an outline consent with all matters reserved in terms of intrusive on-site investigation? Or is it via a planning condition attached to the outline which requires a written scheme of investigation, which would be the applicant's preference? Because then we can, alongside the detailed design work, program in the archaeology investigation on the site itself. So as I said, we don't simply go on a fishing trip across the site, okay, digging down to 4 meters depth to see what might be there.
Okay. I think that's fairly clear. Anybody? Yeah, of course you can have another bite, Councillor French.
I noticed that education are requesting a section 106, which I don't understand that because they just cancelled their new school that was going to be built in West Beach. So I don't really think they need any contributions. But looking at the National Health Service, and I understand it is the gift of this committee can change the section 106s. Would you be prepared to contribute to the National Health?
Chairman, if I may answer that through you, I draw members' attention to the committee report, and in particular to the council's own local plan viability report, which is pretty clear that north of the A47, development is unviable if you ask for affordable housing contributions and contributions towards infrastructure. Part of the reason, a large part of the reason that this site is undeveloped 20 years or so after the supplementary planning document for the site is because it's extremely marginal in terms of development viability. And it's not particularly attractive to a conventional developer, which is why it's been taken forward through Fenland Future Limited. You've got a series of abnormals here around archaeology in terms of the investigation that we've got to do, and that won't be cheap. Ultimately, it could easily be 20, 30, 40,000 pounds worth of investigation that we have to undertake. Floor levels have got to be raised because of flood risk, and it's a relatively low value area. So I think there would always be a desire to contribute towards infrastructure costs where it can be, but in this instance, we've got viability report, which has been accepted by a section 106 officer, which indicates that unfortunately that cost can't be sustained. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. So any more questions at all? No, thank you very much for that. Right, members, questions to officers, please. Councillor French.
So your recommendations of this application are to approve it, subject to the 4 months. I've never seen that before in all the years I've been here. It is an outline planning application, and I would be happy to support this, but removing that 4 months, and it actually comes in the reserve matters.
You'd like to reply to that, obviously. To officers, sorry.
Thank you for caveating that. I mean, clearly the council has a responsibility set out in the MPPF to consider the impact on heritage. We've got the comments set out from the senior archaeologist from the county council requiring further information before they are sort of comfortable with the principle of developing the site, and consequently we've gone down the recommendation that we've done, recognising that it is an outline application with all details reserved for future consideration. So trying to sort of strike a bit of a balance, shall we say. In terms of the information that's required, to say we've got the comments from the county archaeologist, who's indicated that essentially watching brief condition would not be suitable, and essentially saying that they need more information. I don't think as sort of planning officers we can say a great deal more on that, given that we're not specialist archaeological officers, clearly. If members wish to go down the route of a condition, that's clearly within your gift. However, whether that satisfies the requirement on the council to adequately protect heritage assets as part of the NPPF considerations, I'm not entirely convinced on that.
Would you like to come back on that, Councillor French, or does that satisfy your inquiry? Okay, so neither. So, okay, questions still to officers at all? So what would your preference be then regarding archaeology?
Through you, Chairman, our preference is clearly for the recommended route course of action that we've set out in the officer report that's in front of members.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, right. See no burning desire for officers at all. So thank you very much for members. Thank you, everybody. And I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor French.
Yeah, I mean, we all know this site. It's been derelict for goodness knows how many years. And when they started the Whiz Beach, I forget what they call it now, I think it was in 2012-13, it was recognised that that site was a tipping ground. And County Council at the time actually put the infrastructure for the road in. So that is going back at least 10 years. This site needs to be developed. It is, you know, it's just a mess. I will fully support this application, but I really would like that 4 months taken out.
Okay, anybody else at all? This in debate, Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Chairman. Yeah. I've been past this site like everybody else has a number of times, and wondered why it's been left derelict and untouched and unloved, if you like. With lots of other building work going on around the whole area, and the population getting somewhat older, obviously, and needing care, I think it's something that's actually needed. But I'm actually still concerned about that archaeological thing and what actually might be found underneath there. You know, so, and I'm just a little bit concerned about that. So, thank you.
Still in debate, everybody. Yeah, I'll come in then if nobody's got a burning sighting. Yeah, I mean, I know this site. It was an old gas works yard. It had tar on it and arsenic and everything like that. So they've gone down 2 meters, as the applicant said. So it does need to be done. There is no viability. We all know that. We've all sat here on many occasions when north of the A47 we haven't been given any 106 money. This needs to be done. It's clear to see. Councillor Purser's knocked the nail on the head there when he said care home. We definitely need one of those. So I'll be definitely supporting this application. And I, like Councillor French, I am a little bit concerned about the archaeology, really. I think that we should probably do a watching brief so we can actually crack on with it. But I'm open to having change in my mind. But there we go. We're still in debate. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I think the thing about this site is just thinking about it now, if we go down 4 meters, well, actually, that would have been under sea level a long time ago. So I can't actually see there can be much on site. Mud. So, yeah. So, I mean, if it's just 4 months and it'll move this on, I'd support it.
Yeah, wise words. Still in debate. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, as a resident of Whiz Beach, I know this site very well. I've lived in Whiz Beach for 2 years and I've driven past it almost on a weekly basis, if not daily basis. It does need development. I fully support the application, and I think also the care home facility as well is needed in the area which has an aging population, and of course the job element of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, still in debate, everybody? No, finished? Okay, officers, would you like to sum up or give any clarifications or whatever you need to do? Thank you. On the basis of the comments received from members. Thank you.
Just a point really, just in case, obviously it's not for us to decide which way the committee goes with the decision. However, just to remind you that the county archaeologist has pointed out the sensitivity of the site and the potential down there. If, however, members are minded to remove the 4-month period, one thing that's very, very important is that the appropriate planning condition is attached, which is the condition that the presenter was referring to at this point in time. What I'm saying is don't just remove the 4-month and forget the condition.
Can you just reiterate? I've probably jumped in there. Sorry if I did. Can you just reiterate what the applicant, what he prefers referring to the archaeology? Can you just go into it so you can just refresh members and mine of what the applicant said? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, the applicant pointed out that in his view, the necessary archaeology works should take place as part of a condition to be discharged through this decision, rather than do some of the works up front.
Yeah. For me, I'm just going to I prefer that way. I can't see.
I agree.
But anyway, well, that's for the way it goes. Yeah, thank you for saying that. So, I mean, more to say at all? No, sorry. So I shall be initially looking for a proposer to go with officer's recommendation to grant planning permission with that condition. Have I got a proposer on this? Councillor French? Have I got a seconder? Councillor
With the
Mifflin?
condition.
With that condition put in. What you eloquently said a couple of minutes ago. Okay. Right. So,
Sorry.
yeah.
So can I just clarify, please, that so Councillor French's proposal is to grant planning permission with delegation to officers to impose appropriate conditions, including one to deal with the archaeological issue.
And could also be included in the correspondence, if I may, please. Just
So are we then taking out the 4 months?
yes,
We're taking that out?
yes,
Okay.
yes. So we're clear on that then. So I've got a proposer from Councillor French to go with officer recommendation to approve this application with that condition. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Mifflin, please. He's a Wisbech lad, so we'll take him. So all those in favour of that proposal, please raise your hands.
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Thank you. That application has been approved. Thank you. With that condition put in. Oh, quickly on now again. So I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke. She's the Senior Development Officer to present agenda item number 9, FYR 23-00033F. Daniel, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Agenda item 9 seeks planning approval to erect an extension to an existing industrial building, change of use of land to light industrial use, construction of hard standing and a balancing pond at a site on Farm Park, Short Nightlayers Drove in Chatteris. It's before members today owing to town council comments and the number of representations contrary to recommendation. May I initially draw members' attention to the update report circulated in respect to the application following the recent member and officer site visits, in which the creation of the hard standing and the balancing pond had been partially completed, viewed as partially completed. These works were subsequently included within the description of the proposal, and as such, the application is now part retrospective in nature. In addition, it has become apparent that the original building on the site was approved in 2004 for a change of use from agricultural to employment. This building remains in separate occupation and use from the applicant's operations to the remainder of the site. This intensification of use may affect the consideration of the Highway Authority, which has already expressed reservations. The middle level commissioners and the Highways Authority have been reconsulted in light of the retrospective works and separate operations. However, we have not yet received comment on those. The outcome of the update is no consequence to the officer recommendation. The application site is outlined in red and shown on the location plan and aerial photos on the slide. The application seeks permission to regularise the creation of a hard standing and balancing pond within previously agricultural land and erect an extension to the existing agricultural industrial building. The aerial plan clearly depicts the encroachment of the development into high-grade agricultural land to the north of the site within the red line. The existing and proposed site plans are shown. The proposed site plan to the right of the slide shows the extension and the retrospective works to create the hard standing and balancing pond at the site. So the elements sort of to the north of that image are already existing, and the blue extension has yet to be completed. This slide depicts the existing arrangement of floor plans and elevations at the site. And contrastingly, this shows the proposed extension floor plan and elevations and the cumulative impact of the proposed extension on the overall scale of the development of the site. Notwithstanding the hard standing area that has already been created, the extension alone constitutes a 62% approximate increase in the footprint of the buildings on the site. This slide shows the site photographs. The top left image shows the existing arrangement of buildings on the site. The top right image is taken facing south towards the site from the edge of the newly created hard standing. The bottom left image shows the extent of the created hard standing as you face north and the extent of its encroachment into the agricultural land. And the bottom right image is the started balancing pond that's located at the northwest corner of the site. Some further photos of the access arrangements are shown. This is utilising the poor quality single track road that is Short Knightlayers Drove. The top left image shows the distance from the junction to the site. You can just make out the industrial buildings in question in the background. The top right image shows the poor quality surface of the drove adjacent to the site. The bottom left image shows the site access and the distance of the site from the built framework of Chatteris, again in the background of the image. And the bottom right image shows the junction arrangement with the A142. The A142 obviously is the road to the right of the image, and Short Knightlayers Drove is to the left. So to conclude, this application seeks permission to incorporate agricultural land into the site curtilage and erect a new industrial building on a site within the open countryside. Part of the works are retrospective in that the hard standing and balancing pond have been provided on formerly agricultural land, and the description has been changed to reflect this. The site is also in use by two separate occupiers already. Further consultations have been carried out with the IDB and Highway Authority. The planning history indicates that permission was originally granted to convert a modestly sized agricultural shed to industrial use, and the building and use has grown over time to represent a significant incursion into the countryside. The proposal is contrary to national and local policy, as it represents development in a remote and unsustainable location outside areas allocated for employment use, and is harmful to the open character and landscape of the surrounding land. The submitted flood risk assessment has not demonstrated that there is an absence of reasonably available sites in the locality and the district with a low probability of flooding. Sufficient information has not been provided to enable an assessment to be made on the impact of the proposal on the natural, ecological and biodiversity interests, and neither has justification been provided for the loss of the high-grade industrial land. In the absence of this, it's not been possible to assess if the proposal accords with the relevant policy requirements, therefore. Any job creation benefits associated with the proposed development would not override the harm caused by the contravening national local policy and would set an unwelcome precedent for inappropriate development. Hence, the application is recommended for refusal.
Yeah, excellent, Daniel. Thank you for that, for your presentation. We have a written representation and one speaker on this application. First, I'd like to invite Member Services, that's Joe, of course, to read out a statement from Councillor Ian Gowler on the behalf of Chatteris Town Council. So, Joe, when you're ready, thank you.
Alan, it's not Ian.
Alan Gowler, sorry.
Good afternoon, councillors, officers, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise for being unable to be in attendance at this meeting in person, but as the representative for Chatteris Town Council and as ward councillor for the proposed development, I would like the following comments to be taken into consideration by the Planning Committee. Chatteris Town Council considered this application as consultees, and it was remarked on during the discussion about how local authorities should be supportive of local businesses, large or small, to support the local rural economy. Having taken into account the standard planning considerations with this application, it was unanimously agreed that Chatteris Town Council should support it. I was therefore quite perplexed to be informed that the FDC officer recommendation was to refuse the application. The first reason stated to justify the recommendation regards a significant incursion into the countryside. The site lies literally yards away from the South Fens business centre and well away from residential developments. Whilst this is highly subjective, my personal opinion is that being an extension to an existing building, the effect on the countryside is all but negligible. The second reason expresses that there is no demonstration of alternative sites in the locality. There is virtually no availability of industrial land or buildings in the vicinity of Chatteris, and common sense would lean strongly towards development of the existing site. There are many other consultee comments on this application, none of whom raise any significant issues with it. In fact, the FDC economic growth response is very similar to what I've previously described. In conclusion, Chatteris Town Council maintain their support of this application and feel that this type of business should be encouraged by local authorities to expand. Many thanks for your time, Alan Gowler.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, for reading that out. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall. He's of course the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, as you are obviously aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. At present, this site is used as a steel fabrication business for Boss Fabrications, the applicant. The company initially rented these premises and has now purchased these premises to secure the business at this site. The applicant, who's with me today, has been trading for approximately 8.5 years and has been at these premises for approximately 6.5 years. Boss Fabrications carry out a number of steel fabrication works for a number of local businesses in 15-20 mile radius. These can include steel frame buildings, mezzanine floors, steel work in buildings, agricultural buildings, and steel work for the recycling industry. The first shed, as you come into the site, as Danielle referred to, is rented to SS Motor Fuels, another Chatteris business, and is on a long-term lease. That building is used for occasional servicing of vehicles. Boss Fabrications are established at this site and naturally wish to expand at its existing premises. The existing site has already been given permission for industrial usage in 2004. In 2008, as the officer's report says, there was a approval for an industrial building on the site, which members will have seen has been built out and is currently being used by Boss Fabrications. This proposal is for a further extension to the shed to the rear which is extending the existing industrial curtilage for a shed, parking area and storage. At present, the business employs 10 persons. 10 people. This proposal is to allow the existing business to expand at this site and employ a further 2 people this year and may increase in the future. At present, the applicant sends 2 members of staff to the Stainless Steel Apprentice Centre in Chatteris, with a further member being sent next year. Of the 10 employees, 7 of them live in Chatteris, which is another reason he wants to stay here and expand this site. Could we have the site location plan on the screen, please? It was on earlier. Thank you. So you can see the site highlighted in red. On the public access, it confirms that Cambridgeshire County Council Highways have no objection to this application, and that was received late April. However, when we received this agenda approximately 8 days ago, it states under item 5.6 that the highways remain concerned following discussions with them. But we've never been advised of that. We never knew any further discussions took place. We've gone off what the public access said, and it said there's no highways objections. Members will be aware from their site visit that this road only serves this site and the surrounding agricultural fields. There are no other buildings coming off this road. At the junction of the A141, there is a separate access from the Anglian Water sewage facility, which is to the west just off the screen. The applicant advises that at present, there are 2 heavy goods vehicles deliveries a week and 8 by smaller general delivery vans, which has been the case for a number of years. There is very limited traffic down this road. As you can see, this is the only building down this road. A flood risk assessment has been submitted with this application, and the Environment Agency have raised no objections. There are no objections in this application for the Environment Agency, Anglian Water or the Highways Authority. Chatteris Town Council and one of the ward members thoroughly support this application, as Joe has just been read out. There are no objections from any person in Chatteris. This is a business application to allow the existing business in Fenland to expand at its existing location. We request members support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Members, questions to Mr. Hall at all? No, I can't see any burning desire to ask you any questions at all, so thank you very much for that. Members, questions to officers? No, not at all. Right. We're in debate. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As I'm Chatteris councillor, I know this site very well. And from memory, this was used by SS Motor Fuels to service all the lorries. They used to do all their servicing. But when you've got a fleet of lorries coming in and out, there is transport movements there every day. What this development, even with its extension, is proposing will be a lot less transport movements than would be when it was used in its previous life. There was also a motorbike shop at one time, but that failed to succeed. I think the fact that this is extending is a reflection on the business owner for doing his job right. He's employing local people, which is good. And very much like the previous application in last month's planning committee with Rutherford Yard at Wilmington, where else do you put these sites? You can't put them in the town, but you can't build them in the countryside either. Well, where do people go to run their businesses from? I think this is a good use of the site. Yes, some of the work's been started, but there's nothing wrong with that. That can be done. I just think that we've got a business here that is on the up. I'm sure Stainless Metalcraft started off at some point in a shed somewhere, and look at that today. It's a beacon of technology. How do we know this is not going to be the same? Losing of agricultural land. There are hundreds of thousands of acres taken out of food production every year with country stewardship and other such schemes. I see the loss of this little piece of land in comparison to the rest of agricultural land around is going to have no detriment to the area. I think this application is a solid application. I'm pleased to see it come forward as a local councillor. And I think that most people in the public would look at this and think, what are we doing if we don't pass this? I see where it goes against policy, but equally as a ward member, we are here to represent people that elected us and put us in the place we are. And I just fail to see where there is anything bad in this application. I think we've got a business that is expanding. We've got, it's the ideal place to bring something else. We don't want these in the town, and we can't build in the countryside. So I will be supporting this application today. And as any members feel that they would like to join me, I would appreciate the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillor Benny. Just remind member, councillor Purser, we're in debate, of course.
Yes, thanks, Chairman. Yeah, strange enough. I'd actually, when I looked at this and looked at the notes and the lights on it, and I'd made some notes that I was going to bring up, and Councillor Benny just basically said exactly what I was going to say. The only thing I think he missed out on there was it's actually creating additional employment as well, which can only be beneficial to everybody there. So yes, I should be supporting this completely.
Okay, thank you, councillor Purser. Anybody else want to add to it at all? No. Still in debate. If anybody's got any second thoughts about doing it, no, I can't see anything. So I'm going to close the debate now. I'm going to go ask office for any clarification or anything. No at all. So I'm looking. So at the moment, we're looking really for a proposal on the application. We're just going to short circuit this. I'm looking for a proposal on this application, please. Councillor Benny.
Did you want to take the proposal, go with the officer's recommendation to refuse first?
I did. I was just going to short circuit it because I can see. I'm happy to do that first, if you like.
I will not propose that.
No, okay. So yeah, I was going to short circuit, but I suppose I better keep to the script. So I'm firstly looking for an officer's a recommendation to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this. Have I got a proposal for that? Refuse it, councillor French. Have I got a proposer? Have I got a seconder? What are you proposing? No. What are you? No. To be clear. Okay. So we're going with officer recommendation. Have we got a proposer? Go with officer recommendation to refuse this. Clearly. That's failed then. So I need a proposer to go against officer recommendation to approve. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I would like to propose. Do you want to come in, Stephen?
I'm just going to observe that we need reasons.
Well,
Could I remind members of the general rule that members are entitled to go against local and national policy, but where they don't give cogent reasons and there is a risk of challenge. So to remind members of that general rule.
Members, please take that on board. But I'm sure Councillor Benny's got some really relevant reasons why he's going to propose in this scheme. So please carry on. Thank you.
Right. Let's propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this. Looking at the reasons here, it says about the loss of countryside. There are thousands of acres taken out about food production. This is a very small part. The benefits of job creation. This is not. This is just a difference of opinion. As the committee, I feel there is a difference of opinion on this, but I feel that the job benefits do outweigh the loss of agricultural land. In terms of flood risk assessment, when we had planning training last week, we were told by the gentleman who gave us planning training that planning is inputs from various different parts, and it all goes in a pot, and some things carry more weight than others, and some have benefits and some don't. You then form an opinion based on all of those aspects of that application. And I feel that the flood risk assessment building in flood zone 3 here, the benefits of the other aspects of the application outweigh the need for that, and therefore I'm happy to accept that. And I just feel this is a very good scheme. When it talks about a sustainable transport network, well, I doubt whether anybody bikes down there to work, and there certainly isn't a bus scheme that runs people down that single track road. They all go in their cars. So I think that whilst I accept that the policy is there, I feel in this case it's an established business. We don't want to put the cost of a business moving. We don't want to lose a business in Fenland. And I feel that the transport aspect of that is one of those things that goes in the pot but doesn't carry enough weight to outweigh the benefits that this scheme brings.
Yes, as councillor Benny highlighted there, we were, the trainer did say that obviously we can give a certain amount of weights to what we want to and put more weight on one thing and less weight on another. And I think councillor Benny's eloquently summed up what I was going to say. So I'm happy with that. So I'm looking for a seconder. Sorry. Yeah. Long as they're not too stringent. I don't know what stringent means in this particular case, but I'm going to say it anyway. So we need a second. Councillor Hicks, you'd like to second Councillor Bennett's proposal, would you? So I've got a proposal to go with against officer's recommendation. We're going to approve this said application. Councillor Benny's proposed it. Councillor Hicks has seconded it. Could we go show hands on that proposal, please?
That's 6 votes, Chairman, that application.
Thank you. Just bear in mind, Councillor Marks didn't participate at all. Thank you. I'm sure you got that now. Thanks, Joe. You're rattling your cup, Councillor French. You've only got 10 minutes. Thank you. So I just propose that we take a break for 10 minutes so Councillor French can have a cup of tea. Thank you. She's getting withdrawal symptoms. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, members, for being back promptly. I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke to present application F/YR22/1272F, agenda item number 10. So Danielle, when you're ready, thank you.
Agenda item 10 seeks full planning permission to erect a two-storey, one-bed annex, the change of use of land to domestic curtilage, retention of a porter cabin to be used as a hobby room, including removal of existing access on land south of Swan Lodge, Hassock Hill Drove, Gorefield. The application is part retrospective. The site has been subject to an enforcement notice that was served in July 2019, which required the permanent cessation to the use of the land as a beautician's that was evident at the time, and for the storage siting of a touring caravan, and the permanent removal of the porter cabin and touring caravan from the land. At the time of site inspection in November 2022, the porter cabin was still in use. I beg your pardon, still in situ, but the touring caravan had been removed. In addition, works on the annex that had begun had ceased, with partial construction of external walls completed only. Subsequent applications followed the enforcement notice, with the current application seeking to regularise the development of the site. As such, if granted, the application will address the outstanding planning enforcement issues. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. The site includes land within the existing domestic curtilage of the dwelling known as Swan Lodge, along with a grassed field situated to the south of the dwelling. The site is detached from the continuous built form of Gorefield in an area of sporadic commercial and residential development bounded by open countryside. This slide shows the existing and proposed site layouts more clearly. The porter cabin, already in situ, is the southernmost structure on the proposed site layout. The proposed annex is intended to sit between this and the host dwelling. It can be seen here that notwithstanding the proposed annex and the additional land to the south, the site is already quite densely developed, with the host dwelling having been extended a number of times. Floor plans and elevations of the proposed annex are shown on this slide. And this slide shows the floor plan and elevations of the porter cabin that is already in situ. This slide shows the proposed street scene, the host dwelling and its substantial extensions to the left-hand side, the proposed annex to the middle, and the porter cabin to the right-hand side. This gives a good depiction of the impact that the proposal will have on the character of the area through the intensification of development at the site. Photographs of the existing site are shown. The top left image shows the part constructed annex and its proximity to the host dwelling to the left. The top right image shows the existing porter cabin to the left of the image, with the land proposed as domestic curtilage to the right. The bottom left image shows the existing gated access to the main dwelling that will be utilised by the development. And the bottom right image shows the secondary access proposed to be closed off. Again, to the right of this image, you can see the porter cabin with the host dwelling to the rear of the image. This application seeks full planning approval for the erection of a two-storey, one-bed annex, the change of use of land to domestic curtilage, the retention of an unauthorised porter cabin at the site, and removal of an existing access. The main impacts from the development are to the character of the area in respect of the intended annex and porter cabin. Circumstances relating to the appearance and position of the porter cabin have not changed since the enforcement notice was issued in July 2019. As such, the detrimental impact on character considered then remains now. Furthermore, the addition of separate annex will constitute overdevelopment of already significantly developed sites in the open countryside. It is considered that proposals are therefore unacceptable in respect of their impact on the countryside character and street scene, contrary to the local plan policies, and as such is recommended for refusal.
Thank you once again, Danielle. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Peter Humphrey, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, as you'll have noticed on your site visit, this site is a bit of a mismatch, and my client does want to rectify it. Hence, we put the application in to try and resolve all outstanding planning issues. He has also stopped work, as the planning officers reported, so he's not. He does listen when we tell him, Mr. Chairman. So the annex is for Mrs. Pope, who lives in the bungalow, carer, who is also her granddaughter. Now, that would make life so much easier for them. And if the, as can be seen on the street scene, members consider that the annex is too tall, you'll also notice on the photographs, the roof is not on. We could lower the pitch on that to make it more compatible and more in keeping with the existing bungalow. Also, you'll have seen on your site visit, there have been numerous extensions to the original bungalow, and the effect of this has unfortunately eroded the original garden space. This has caused them to take the garden, which was paddock between the porticab and the annex, to give the bungalow a new garden in effect, and somewhere that the children, grandchildren can play. So the existing porticab has been on site in situ for a number of years, previously used as a hairdressing salon and beauticians. This has now changed as a hobby playroom and a space for Mrs. Pope's grandchildren. She is happy having this as a temporary approval, and it could be removed in 3 or 5 years if a temporary consent is granted for that. It should also be noted that this has been in position since 2011. However, we could do additional landscaping to mitigate the effects this would have when looking at it from the road. So that is my case, Mr. Chairman, trying to rectify all outstanding matters.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Members, questions to Mr. Humphreys? So I just want a bit of clarification. I don't know if I got that right. Where does Mrs. Pope Senior reside at present?
Oh, sorry, where what?
Mrs. Pope Senior.
Yes.
You said she was going to, or hopefully, if planning permission is given, she's going to move in the annex, wasn't she?
Mrs. Pope Senior lives in the bungalow with her husband Ivan, and her granddaughter is to move into the annex.
Okay.
And her granddaughter is her care.
Okay. Thank you for that, clarifying that. So, any questions at all for Mr. Humphreys before we let him go? No, can't see any. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Miffian. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Humphreys. I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do we know how many other residents are on the property at the moment?
I do not know the answer. I know Ivan and Thelma Pope live in the bungalow, and I know they do like to keep their children around them, but I couldn't honestly tell you, where they live or how many people live there. There's certainly people coming and going all the time. I've been there to have discussions with them about the application, but I'm sorry, I don't know how many live there.
Thank you. The only reason I asked is that, like we saw in the pictures, it's quite an extensive property. So if it was just to provide accommodation for Mrs. Pope's granddaughter, and if she doesn't already live on site, they would have, I would assume there would be enough room for her to live on site without the additional 1-bed annex. That's why I asked. Thank you.
I know one of the rare extensions is certainly a swimming pool, so that takes up quite a big chunk, but I think the daughter wanted her own accommodation as opposed to perhaps living in the house.
Thank you. Anybody else at all? No? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers. Thank you. No? Okay, so thank you, everybody. I'd like to invite members to debate the application in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate now. Councillor Marks, thank you.
Okay. Well, I did a drive-by and took a look at the site. It is a mishmash of properties. I can't actually see how you're going to, it's going to be able to pull all together. And the street scene, looking at it with the porter cabin outside and all the rest of it, I just can't see how this can all come together.
Councillor Benny, thank you.
Should have asked this question for officers. If there was a medical need for a granddaughter to live on the premises, would there be a different route for this? Would there be medical reports to support this?
We could ask that after, when officers sum up. That's a question you could ask officers, couldn't you? Because we're in debate now.
It's just, I mean, as most people know, I've done a lot of caring for my parents and I see the benefits of having somebody close by, but it would be, okay, but we'll wait until that.
So we're still in debate, just, that's a good question, but no more debate on that, no. Okay, please ask your question, Councillor Benny, because the debate's finished to officers, thank you.
Question for you, David. I mean, if we were looking at putting a carer in, there is caring and there is medical needs, would there be medical reports to support this if there was a need for this, or is this just a general caring? I'm not in no way saying that just general care of having somebody to support living an elderly relative is anything that should be sniffed at in any way.
Through you, Chairman, there's certainly no information being submitted with the application to indicate that there's any sort of particular health needs that would justify sort of a departure from usual planning policy or any sort of exceptions to be made. In terms of our thinking, if such information was to come forward, we can't really answer that. It's somewhat hypothetical without actually getting that information in front of us.
I think it's a fair comment, really. Any more? Oh, Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a bit of a mishmash. I feel the same way as Councillor Benny. I would like to see this application deferred to seek further information from the agent and also to see how you could actually rectify the mishmash that is actually there.
It'd be difficult to rectify that, Councillor French, wouldn't it? Without pulling it all down, but with respect, but point taken. Okay, nothing else? Nothing else for you? You can indeed, please do.
Thank you, Chairman. I think to pick up on Councillor French's point about deferral, ultimately the reason for refusal isn't on the basis of a lack of connection between the annex and the properties, on the sort of visual impacts of it. So I'm not necessarily sure that a deferral would particularly help us get anywhere with that. And ultimately, there's an application in front of the committee today, which is for determination. So my advice would be to determine the application one way or the other, today, essentially.
You can come back, Councillor.
Yeah, if I can come back, yeah, I'm listening to what David said. Yeah, I understand that. If this application was refused today and the agent was to resubmit an application with some kind of something to bring it into line, will we get a free go?
Through you, Chairman, ultimately I don't think that's a matter for the committee's consideration today anyway, and it shouldn't really play a part in members' consideration of the application or the route to go down. I'm not really in a position to comment upon that anyway, given that we've not got a future application, we don't know what the differences are, etc., etc. And on top of which, I don't actually know what the site history is or whether there's been any free goes in the past.
Well, I don't think I'm an officer, am I really? But I will come in just to clarify. We've got to look at the applications we have in front today. And if Mr. Humphries is in the room and he's listened to our comments, if he's got anything more to add, if he puts in another application, obviously he'll add to it. It will come back to this committee with the more relevant information or more relevant information in the application. So I do urge members to look at the application today and judge it on its merits, how we see fit this afternoon. Thank you. I'll be initially looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission. Have I got a proposal on this? Councillor Marks? Have we got a seconder on this? Councillor Benny? Right, so we've got a proposer and a seconder to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Mark, seconded by Councillor Benny. All of those in favour of that proposal?
6 votes, Chairman.
Those against? Those who want to abstain? That's one. That application has been refused. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke again to present application F/YR22/1170F, agenda item number 11. Daniel, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Agenda item 11 seeks full planning permission to erect a 2-storey 3-bed dwelling, detached garage and polytunnel involving the demolition of the existing scout hut and relocation of the access on land at Wales Bank in Elm. The item is before members today owing to a number of representations contrary to recommendation. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. The 0.2 hectare site lies outside of the built framework of Elm, is accessed on a single track road on a blind bend. There are a number of dilapidated buildings on the site, including the former meeting room for the Scouts, a Nissen hut dated around World War II, and other outbuilding structures, as well as a static caravan. There is a grassed area to the rear of the site, which is maintained and in the ownership of the applicant. This slide shows more clearly the detachment of the site from the built framework of Elm. Elm itself lies approximately 430 metres to the east of the site. You can just make out the application site sort of to the bottom left-hand side of that photo. This slide shows the proposed site layout with the dwelling and garage to the northeast of the site, the retained Nissen hut to the northwest boundary, and the proposed polytunnel and garden space to the south and west of the site. This slide shows floor plans and elevations of the proposed dwelling. The following slide shows details of the proposed garage and polytunnel. And this slide also shows the existing and proposed street scenes as viewed from Wales Bank. The top left image on this slide shows the existing scout hut on the site. The top right image shows the nearest neighbour, which is number 2 Redmore Cottages. The bottom left image shows the existing access proposed to be relocated approximately 3.7 metres to the left of the image. And the bottom right image shows the remaining land to the rear of the site and the countryside character. So the proposal seeks approval to demolish the existing scout hut building at the site and erect a 2-storey 3-bed dwelling with a detached double garage and relocate the existing access. The development site falls within an elsewhere location as identified under LP3. Development in such areas must comply with the criteria outlined in policy LP12. The application includes no justification regarding the dwelling being essential to the purposes outlined in LP3. Thus, the proposal therefore fails to comply with these policies, and the lack of nearby services and facilities would render the location functionally isolated, which would also be contrary to national policy. The application site is within flood zone 2. The submitted sequential test is deficient as it concentrates the area of search to within Elm only, and as such fails to accord with the necessary requirements of LP14, the SPD and the MPPF. The proposed relocated access is considered substandard. However, the impact of the development is considered to be less than severe, and as such, the reason for refusal in respect of highway safety is not justified. Notwithstanding, the application is contrary to the settlement hierarchy and rural area development policies and therefore should be refused.
Thank you once again, Danielle. We have one set of speakers on this application. I would like to invite Peter Humphries, of course, he's the agent, and Mr. Jay Cooper, who's the applicant, to make their presentations before this committee. You have 5 minutes between you, so how you divvy up the time, sorry. Is he? Okay, that's absolutely fine. Just to reiterate then, you've got 5 minutes then. Thank you very much.
Afternoon. I'm a bit nervous, so just bear with me, to be honest. It's the first time I've done this. All I want to do is just take an old derelict building and build a family home for me and my family. I've lived in Elm nearly all my life. Come from Newbridge Lane Caravan site, moved up to Belt Road with my family and my dad, and basically sort of worked on every farm around there. It's just the way the house prices are gone and up. Like, how can you afford? You know, I've lived in Elm all my life. It's just, it's crazy. I'm not doing anything different. Just taking an old derelict building, recycling it or whatever. I work in recycling. You know, they bang on about green this, green that. You know, an old building was falling down, and I just want to build a family home. Really, I can't say anymore.
Okay, yeah. You've outlined your position.
Yeah.
Very well, no worries, no worries. Do not be nervous at all. We're not here to bite you, but there will be members who may ask a question or two of you. Councillor French.
How long has it actually been derelict?
I bought it in 2018. I think it was derelict before that, because I've got some pictures from Phil and neighbour of old cars and the car and like, so it's been a fair time.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody else at all? No, thank you very much anyway.
Sorry about
Thanks. No, no worries. Thank you. Thank you. Members, questions to officers, please. If you have any. No. Okay. So, members, there with no questions to officers, we'll move on. Thank you, everybody. I'd now like to invite members of to debate the item in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So, guys, we're in debate. Who'd like to kick this off? Thank you. Councillor Purser, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, basically what we're talking about here really is a site with an old hut, which has been obviously left unattended and unloved, not have you, scouts. I'm sure they've moved on. One of the things that actually occurred to me was when I talk about the traffic at the top of the road there was obviously in the days of the scouts, there'd be cars in and out all the time. This is just basically a family home, so there wouldn't be cars in and out all the time. So that wouldn't actually be interfering with anything. It's basically recycling of an old site, which I think is actually a really good thing, and making a nice family home. There's one actual comment that was actually made there, because so actually out in the wilds is functionally isolated. In other words, it's actually miles from anywhere. Now, I've got a couple of friends that live about 1.5 miles off the main road, and they're functionally isolated with absolutely nothing around whatsoever. They're perfectly happy there. Why can't these people be perfectly happy with this? I can't see any problem with it personally.
Thank you for those observations. Anybody else got a Councillor Miffordon? Thank you.
When we visited the site, one of the observations that the officers made was the access. It was on a sharp bend and a blind spot. I just wanted to ask if there was any, if the gentleman has any plans, or will he be able to make the access a bit safer? And like the, sorry, Councillor Ben said, sorry. Apologies. Because it was a scouts site before, it would have been very well used by people coming in and out. And being now already developed as a family home, I suppose the issue with traffic would be a lot, minimized compared to when it was a Girl Scout site.
Highways have said it's not a significant harm. They've said they're not really happy with it, but they have commented it's not significant harm. So it depends on how much weight, obviously, you put down to Highways comments. But yeah, right, still in debate, and thank you for interjecting there. Councillor Hicks, thank you.
Yes, I've had a look at the site and I don't deem it to be an exceptionally sharp corner. I'd just like to put that in the mix, please.
Right. Anybody what else like to add to the debate? Councillor French, you've got your light on.
So, yeah, I think county council highways are not objecting to it at all. I think, you know, we're talking about the open countryside, etc. At the moment, there's an eyesore. So surely this application will actually get rid of the eyesore and produce a home for somebody.
Anybody else want to add to this debate? Are you going to add to this debate, Councillor Benny, trying to bring it up or what? No worries. Okay, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you. I look at it, it's on a bend. I don't think it's on a 90-degree elbow bend. I don't think that, you know, the road is, there are plenty of houses that are built right throughout the whole country that are on slate curves rather than bends. You know, we've got a derelict piece of land and it looks a nice house. We've got to provide homes for people. That is a council's job. We have to provide homes. So, you know, for every house we build, it might be a bigger house and we want starter homes, but people who move into this will move out of something smaller. And that's the chain that makes the world go round. So I really feel that this application, I sat here and I was listening to see what other people say before I spoke, really. I get a bit of a feel that there's probably a bit of support for this, and I feel that yeah, I could support this application as well.
Anybody want to add to the debate? No, I'm going to close the debate now then. Officers, would you like to sum up the
Thank you, Chairman, through you. I think to clarify initially, there's a bit of discussion around the issue of the bend and highway issues. The Highway Authority haven't objected. The issue of the bend is not a recommended reason for refusal. So I think members need to perhaps put that one to one side. The council has a clear settlement hierarchy, and as part of that, development in locations which are elsewhere, i.e. outside established settlements, should be refused. And that's quite clear. The fact that there is an existing, or there has been an existing use on the site, that there may be derelict buildings on the site and it may be an eyesore, as I think one member has said, isn't in itself justification for overriding the settlement hierarchy. This site is also in flood zone 2. It's sequentially unacceptable. So there are two fairly strong policy reasons there to refuse the application on. I do note the comments with regards to we need to deliver housing. And while I fully appreciate that each application site is dealt with on its own merits, there was an opportunity earlier at this meeting to deliver 110 houses on the edge of a sustainable settlement, which the committee turned down. So I think there does need to be an element of consistency running through the members' decision making. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So with that, I'll be now looking initially. Oh, Councillor Mark, sorry. Would you like to ask for officers, questions for officers?
I feel that last comment was slightly to the knuckle. We are told here, as we were in planning training last week, that we take everyone on its own merits, and to bring back one that's previously been done, we turned that down for various reasons. We weren't happy with it, and so as a committee, we're being told continuity, which I agree with. But however, we're taking this on face value of what this application is, not what 2 or 3 applications previously were.
Yeah, okay. Would you like to come back on that? Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, I apologise if Councillor Marks has sort of deemed my comments close to the knuckle. However, I think it's important when the committee is making decisions relative to the interpretation of the settlement hierarchy, that there is an element of consistency in there, and I wanted to flag that to members. Clearly, it's in members' gift to completely ignore what I say, and indeed you perhaps sometimes do. But you know, I thought it would be remiss not to sort of make that comment so that members can at least think about that aspect.
Yeah. Would you like to come back, Councillor Marks, or are you happy? Okay. Councillor Benny, thank you. We're still our officers, Councillor Benny. Okay. Is it not a question for officers?
No,
What could it be?
it's not. It's a bit of a sort of come back on what David just said.
Is there?
And that's that if you look at the 2014 local plan, I mean, all the growth was in BCPs and they haven't delivered. And if it wasn't for us passing small little houses like this, we would not have homes for people to live in. And that, to me, you know, as much as this policy is what we base our decisions on, and we interpret those decisions differently at times, but this policy has failed. It's failed to deliver the numbers of housing. Walsall is the only place where BCPs have come forward, the whole of all these BCPs. One brick's been laid in Chatteris. Where do our people live? Where do people's grandchildren and children live if we don't have built houses?
Your quite relevant comments.
So you asked me what I was going to say, so I just told you what I was going to say. But
agreed, I can't fault that. So David, I'm asking you to reply to it if you will.
Through Chairman, I think we're at the risk of getting into a debate about the merits or dismerits of the 2014 local plan. The comments I was making were that there needs to be an element of consistency, as I say, through decision making in terms of the interpretation and the application of the settlement hierarchy.
Well, I'm going to move swiftly on here. I'll be initially looking for a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission. Do I have a proposer to refuse this? So, you know, you're proposing that we go with officer. Okay, that's fine. Obviously, with no seconder, that obviously that proposer fails. So I'm looking for another proposal now, please. Councillor Benny, thank you.
looks like it falls to me, doesn't it?
It does. You're a glutton for
Okay,
punishment.
in that
Thank
case,
you.
then I propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this.
Can we have some policies and policy numbers that they relate to, please?
LP3 is building in the open countryside. Everywhere is in the open countryside. March is in the middle of the open countryside. Well, Whiz Beach is, well, it's not Whiz Beach, it's on the beach, and it's near the sea. But everywhere is in the open countryside. We're supposed to look at these applications on their own merit, and I think that this application, it works. It works where it is. So I think on LP3, that's why I do. If you want actual numbers, we'll go LP 12D. The pros of a scale and location is in keeping with the core shape and form of the settlement. Well, it isn't really in a settlement, but does it harm? Does it harm the character of the area? I don't think it does. Wherever you drive through Fenland, you see houses that are built. And I look when I drive around on things we passed at this planning committee, and I think that was a good job well done. We've delivered some good homes for people, and I think that on that, it creates its own character. Chatteris was 2,000 people at one point. That's now 11,500. Every one of those houses was delivered and built, and that changes the character. So this may change the character of the area, but does that mean that change is not for the better?
Okay, Steve, would you like to come in now?
Thank you, Chairman. It is incumbent on members who wish to overturn a recommendation to address all the reasons. So the flood risk reason needs to be addressed, given that what the local plan and the MPP have
That's
said.
fine. I mean, this again comes back to the planning training that we received last week, where different elements of an application get put in a bowl, and that is mixed around, and then you pull out the answer. This committee is coming up, I think, with a different answer. We'll find out in a minute, because I could still be outvoted. It depends whether my colleagues want to go that way. But we're pulling out of that bowl a different answer to the officers doesn't mean that we're against it, just a difference of opinion, and maybe we have a different take on things. But it's one of the, this is just one of those elements that we think does the other elements outweigh this, and yes, I feel it does. And my colleagues will either support or refuse me on this one.
Indeed, they will. Steve, did you want to come back?
No, no.
David, thank you.
So if I may, please, Chairman, I think, or I'm assuming that Councillor Benny's coming at this from the point of view that housing delivery outweighs the issue of flood risk essentially. And it's just to sort of, I suppose, put across that in terms of weight, greater weight should be given to the issue of flood risk than housing delivery at the kind of the core of planning policy, national planning policy. Even if we don't have a 5-year land supply and are under delivering on housing sort of across the piece, then flood risk or housing delivery doesn't trump flood risk. And I think members just need to be aware of that. And in the context that we do have a 5-year land supply and the housing delivery test sort of findings that we've had have been of a reasonable level. So there is no justification, I suppose, to give a greater weight to housing delivery than flood risk, just to make members sort of aware of that, I suppose.
Absolutely, please do.
I mean, equally, if we're talking about consistency in this committee this afternoon, we have just passed in an outline application on the Neen waterfront, the most likely place to flood in the whole of Fenland, where the water on the barriers was 2 inches away from flooding Wisbeach and has flooded before and most probably will with a high tide and high pressure out of the sea. We've just passed that. So we need to be consistent both ways. You know, that is the most high risk place in Fenland to flood. And, you know, this is low risk, and we're putting old people on that one. It's going to be an old folks home. It's going to be fun getting them out there when it's full of water, isn't it? You know, I just feel that, you know, if we're going to be consistent, then we need to be consistent both ways.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a good point. David would like to come back, I'm sure, with that one.
Sorry, Chairman, at the risk of sounding as though I'm getting a bit kind of argumentative this afternoon, the Neen waterfront is a slightly different site in that is an allocated site in the local plan. As part of the allocation of that site in the local plan, it did go through a sequential flood risk assessment to essentially deem it to be acceptable from a sequential perspective. So you can't really draw comparisons from a flood risk point of view between the Neen waterfront and this site again, just so that members are clear in terms of the background for their decision making.
So is flood zone 3 different in the Neen waterfront, different to flood zone 3 in Bennett and Turbs and this one? Is it a different level of flood zone 3? As a question, because if it's flood zone 3, it's flood zone 3, isn't it?
It's how one perceives things, really, and of the risk factor. If you think this is not absolutely, you know, it will not flood, which it probably hasn't ever flooded, Ian's right. Well, they do. I'm just summing it up to put an end to this backwards and forwards. So there is points on both sides there. Councillor Benny made some good points, but I am now. You put a proposal. Sorry. Now we've put a proposal in now. Would you like, after the to and fro, would you like to still keep your proposal alive for proposing we go against officer recommendation with this? Absolutely. Right. Okay, that's fine then. I think your arguments are absolutely, you know, great. Have we got a seconder then? We'll try Councillor Purser. He doesn't say too much. Thank you very much. So, well, yeah, very good. So quickly, so to go against officers' recommendation, to refuse, to approve this application, go against officers. Councillor Benny's proposed it. Councillor Purser seconded it with conditions made to by officers. Everybody happy with that? Ish. Okay, so with that proposal, with those conditions, can we go show of hands on that proposal?
6 votes, Chairman.
Those against? 1. So the application has been approved. Thank you. With the conditions that officers are delegated to officers. Thank you. Again, I'll hand over to David Rowan next door to me to present application FYR 23/00700 application agenda item number 12. David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. Site's accessed via Hospital Road, which is included within the red line boundary, and the site forms part of an agricultural field sitting north of the hospital. Now, as indicated, it's an outline application with all matters reserved, so the details shown here are indicative. Unfortunately, the plan is kind of the wrong way around from the one that I showed you previously. So Hospital Road is at the bottom of the image, with 4 previously approved dwellings shown in the kind of the green area. A roadway is then shown going back, serving these dwellings. So obviously the grey block, so to the right hand side of those dwellings, and then being continued to serve the 5 dwellings currently proposed. You see sort of an indicative layout for those. As indicated, the application also proposes improvement works to Hospital Road for its length between the application site and the junction with Bennett Road, the main road. So these works indicate that the carriageway would be widened to 4.8 metres and a footway of between 1.4 and 1.8 metres width would be required. Members will have seen within the officer report the Highway Authority's comments essentially saying that these improvements are the minimum needed to mitigate the impact of the development, but that they, in combination with the ground needed for the necessary earthworks, etc., exceed the likely width of the highway. So photos of the site and its surroundings are shown here for members' information. And here we have views looking up and down the stretch of Hospital Road to be improved. Members will obviously see from this the carriageway width, which is indicated on the submitted plans as being around 3.7 metres, the proximity of the drainage ditches at either side, and the extent of works which will be needed to implement the scale of the improvements shown on the plans. So to move on into summary, the application site is considered to be an elsewhere location, and the principal development is not considered to conform with the locational policy of the local plan and would represent unsustainable development. There will be an adverse character impact arising from this development in the countryside and the further encroachment of this site into the countryside. The highway improvements proposed have not been demonstrated as being deliverable, and as such, Hospital Road is considered inappropriate to serve any future development from a highway safety perspective. And in addition, the County Council have raised that the site is within a mineral safeguarding area. As the development is not deemed as being required, it is therefore considered contrary to this policy of the Mineral and Waste Local Plan. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite John Cutteridge. He's the applicant, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated and comfortable, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon. The Fenland District Council say this is not a sustainable site. We are 0.3 miles from the centre of the village, I'd like to point out. The village stretches out well over 1.6 miles in most directions. There has been houses passed down Turf End Road, 11 properties with no pedestrian footpath, with a blind bend, and that is 0.6 miles from the centre of the village, so I consider this to be a walkable distance. Many people walk our road pretty much on a daily basis, dog walking. We've had no incidents or accidents whatsoever. Fenland District Council have approved, obviously, Mega Plants to have a cafeteria and shop further down this road where highways had no objection. This has all come on us very suddenly. 4 weeks ago, well, 8 weeks ago, highways didn't see any problem with the road improvement we wanted to achieve. 4 weeks ago, they said they was unsure whether we could kind of achieve what we want to achieve with the roadway. Excuse me. So we're having an engineer's report done on this to show we can achieve it, and we are prepared to go wider. We do own the land beside quite a lot of Hospital Road, and we are prepared to give up some of this land to widen the road and move the ditches if required, and so is our neighbour that owns a small portion of this, which we've had confirmed. So we know this is achievable, and we are prepared to do a engineer's report, which is being done, which was started 4 weeks ago, but we only knew this was coming to committee 7 days ago. We thought we had time to have this engineer's report in, and we thought Fenland District Council was allowing us to get this engineer's report. So we are happy to have a 4-month delay on approval, as you did earlier, for this engineer's report to come in to say that we can widen the road to the degree that highways require it and put a pedestrian footpath down it. This will not just improve it to our dwellings, it will improve it to access the mega plants, it will improve it to all the dog walkers that use it daily by a great deal of them. I just would like to point out that you say about open countryside, the dwellings at the front obviously have already been approved, so it won't make any difference from highways. To the opposite side is the hospital property that can't be seen from a large hedgerow, and also to the other side we've planted 18 acres of woodland, which is 10,000 trees, which it cannot be seen from that direction at all either. Obviously surface water, we've got plenty of space to run off into the woodland, and we're having their own individual treatment plants, so this will not affect the Doddington sewers in any way that are already under quite a lot of strain when there's heavy rainfall. They'll all be independently kind of looked after. We are flood risk zone 1, so there's no risk of flooding at all. We're in the right zone, as it were. Obviously we all know there is a demand for housing, as you've discussed today. I understand that. But this will become just a piece of wasteland, which will be good. It will just finish our development really nicely, and the site will be really nice. The 4 of the front have been approved. We'd just like to complete it. Highways have told us what access we need to do down the side, so we're doing everything they've suggested and telling us what to do. I think this will be an improvement to the highways, and it will be an improvement to the area. I know this isn't any good reason for planning, but I don't stand here before you to get 5 dwellings to go to Barbados. We are putting all this back into mega plants to develop it further for further employment. We have had 5 new employees in the last 2 weeks. We've had Mandy, Catherine, Michelle and Sam 4 join us in the last 2 weeks, actually. We wish to build a brand new state-of-the-art multi-span tunnel, which the application is going into Fenland District Council, where we're going to have a facility for adults with learning difficulties to come and work for us and be employed to get them to join back into society. I appreciate this is not a planning application reason, but we are doing this for the right reasons.
That's 30
because of
seconds.
the area. We like our area. I'm truly passionate about the garden centre. I don't have much of a life. My life is the garden centre, and that is where I spend 18 hours a day, to be honest. And this income will put us on the map. We're already getting people visit Fenland from a long way because of our nursery having over 1 million plants, and we'd like to keep moving it forward. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your passionate speech or presentation, Mr. Cuttridge. Members, have you got any questions you'd like? Councillor French.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Cartridge, you say that you're going to widen the road. Are you also going to put passing places in? If that's possible.
Yes, there is a passing place there that is not very good. That is being enlarged and widened and improved to a higher standard. And the neighbours have had their access point approved, which they're now building. They've built a significant passing place in front of that as well. So we're getting an additional one that we didn't actually expect by the entrance of Hospital Road.
Okay. Oops, sorry, Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rutledge. Can you just confirm that you will actually be funding the road repairs or whatever, upgrades yourselves?
Yes.
And what sort of figure do you think that will be?
We've already had a quote of £250,000.
Thank you.
Okay. significant amount of money then, councillor Marks. Right, any more questions, for Mr. Cutteridge? No burning desire, thank you very much. Okay, questions, members, questions to officers. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Question for David. With this road, we always get the fear of people building everything and promising us roads and we never get them. And can this be a condition that the road has to be done before, or the road improvements before we start building, if there was any building to take place at all?
Through you, Chairman, I think that's probably jumping a couple of stages ahead, but I think to pick up on the point, I think it would be very difficult to justify insisting that sort of 200 metres of roadway has to be put in before development commences, given that essentially that roadway then is going to be used for construction, traffic, etc., etc. So I think there's a reasonableness argument around that, and ultimately the purpose of the road improvements would be to mitigate the impact of the actual development itself. So until it's kind of chicken and egg situation, until you've actually got people living in the houses using the road, you've not actually got the impact. If that makes sense.
Just this is to David, really, or the clarification, really. Didn't we do a very similar same thing down Knights End Road about 2 or 3 months ago on planning, where it was down Mill Hill Lane, wasn't it? That's if I remember rightly. We said, okay, but the road's got to be built to a certain specification first before a brick or a shovel has gone in the ground. I'm certain that I'm right.
I don't think it was prior to development. I think
It was prior to development, Councillor French, but I can be wrong on certain occasions.
Through Chairman, I must admit I can't quite remember the exact wording of it, or indeed the trigger point. I think the issue there was more though to do with that was an adopted right of way, and I think the issue there was more to do with sort of the impact on the right of way and the ongoing sort of maintenance issues and how that was being brought forward. Whereas here we've obviously got the bigger question is, can you actually get something in between the kind of the corridor, as I think the highways officer have described it? Can you actually physically fit the roadway within that?
Okay, right, so still questions to officers. Councillor Hicks.
Having viewed the site myself, the only little concern I've got is that there would be mud on the roads during the construction of the project on such a narrow road, with it being such an even surface and things down that particular road. That's my concern.
Question to officers, Councillor Hicks.
Is it possible to look into that and put, if it was to be approved, put in a management plan? Please.
Through you, Chairman, I think for the scale of development that we're talking about here of 5 dwellings, that would perhaps be a little bit unreasonable. Usually a construction management plan and the requirement for sort of road cleaning or wheel wash facilities is on a scale of development sort of far higher than this. I think it also needs to be borne in mind that ultimately at the moment there are 4 dwellings being built, or potentially 4 dwellings can be built at the site or at the frontage of the site, where to the best of my knowledge there's no such controls in place. So I think it would be somewhat unreasonable to impose that.
Okay. Members, questions still to officers? No, thank you very much. So thank you, everybody. I'd now like to invite members to debate the application in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants to kick this off? Councillor Marks.
I have to say, I think I've seen this type of application on this road about 4 times in the last 4 or 5 or 4 years. We seem to go over the same old. It does seem to change
each time regarding highways and what highways are looking for, which, yeah, at the end of the day, the road is not great going down there. However, with these improvements, does that help? I think it will do. And I think it will help the business as well, which FTC have supported via the cafeteria. The other thing is, I'm a little concerned about saying before you can build these houses, you've got to do the road improvement. Money will be tight, as it surely is with any, perhaps it could be pro rata as to the money coming in for the road improvement. I don't know if we're able to do that. Apart from that, I actually can't see a problem with this one.
Councillor Marks? Anybody else want to add to the debate? Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been sitting here sort of churning this over in my mind. Do I not remember, and I can't remember the conditions that were done or not done, what have you, literally the last committee meeting we had, or the one previous to that, we had a very similar application to a site on the other side of the road, there on exactly the same road, which we refused for reasons that I can't quite remember. And I just wondered if it was actually similar relevant to this at all.
We can ask the officers when it comes to officer time on that one. If members were minded to, we're still in debate, so I'll carry on, and minded to approve this, we could put a condition on, possibly, that after the second house occupation, or the first house occupation, or the third, or the fourth, whichever one somebody wanted, the road had got to be done before the first, second, or third, or the fourth occupation of the house. So, you know, we could bear that in mind. It has been done before. That is just something that members could chew over in the mind. Thank you. Councillor French.
Yeah, would that be reasonable? To, after one house is built, bearing in mind you've got construction, traffic, etc., to do a road up and then you've got churned up again with lorries? I think that might be unreasonable.
That obviously you'll argue that point, won't you? I mean, it's just a point that I made, Councillor French, that we could do that. I mean, it's up to the committee to decide whether it's right or whether it's wrong. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Oh, I think if you start bringing it in, you'll be in the first one, the second one, or the third one, or do we wait till we get the fourth one? I mean, I just want to see this road come out of this. And if the gentleman owns the land either side, I'm sure somebody down there's got a digger that quite easily move the dike and certainly make it so it would fit if it's been agreed by highways, which it will have to be anyway. And I just would like to see that, and I can see the benefits of it, putting the footpath down there, the residents of Dollington and beyond to go down there. I mean, there is public benefit in doing the work to upgrade the road, and I just want to make sure that's delivered. That is all it is. I think having the footpath down there will certainly benefit the business that's at the bottom of there, which I'm very pleased to see. You know, so it keeps coming back here, and you know, every time we pass something, that money is going back into this business, and we see this every time. I would just like something more than an assurance to see, or ideally, I would like to see something more than an assurance that this would happen. I would like to see the footpath down there to improve the road surface, because we have been passing stuff down there. And at some point, somebody has got to say, we've got to do something with the road. This is the opportunity, and I wouldn't want to see that opportunity lost. But equally, I don't want to see the opportunity of mega plants developing, because it's, you know, Fenland Council's put money into this. You know, we want to see this business and we want to help this business. We just want to make sure this road and that footpath is delivered, really.
Okay, still in debate. Councillor Marks, thank you. No, still in debate. Anybody, did you have your hand up, Councillor French? No. Anybody still in debate then? No one else want to add to the debate? No. No, thank you. Officers, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's possibly a couple of issues to pick up on. I think the first one, I think a few members have talked about the impact of the development on the business and the impact of the road on the business. I think indeed, as the applicant himself said, the issue with the business isn't really relevant to the determination of this application. This is purely an application for 5 dwellings and a road improvement package that's required to mitigate the impact of those 5 dwellings. In terms of trigger points for the delivery of the road, and whether it's one house, two house, three houses, whether it's pre-construction, etc. I think there's perhaps a more fundamental issue in terms of the delivery, and I refer members back to the comments from the highway officer, who concludes that the construction is unfeasible. So it's not so much a case of whether you're going to get a road and a footpath link after one or two houses. It's more fundamental. Can that actually be delivered full stop? And I think that's the crux of the issue, certainly in terms of the highway comments. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll bring in Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a question, obviously on a private build, you can put up a bond if people want to then take it to council, to CCC to adopt. Is it something we are able to do, to put a bond on this regarding, and sort of like till the road is done?
Through you, Chairman, I don't think that's would be an appropriate issue really in this particular case. It is more of a fundamental. When we're talking about a bond, it's essentially you've got a road that's shown on the plans that we all know can be delivered, and then it's a question of who delivers it, and that's where the bond comes in. So if the developer walks away, there's money in place for the highway authority potentially to finish the works off. Here we are looking at a more fundamental issue, as I say, of the highway authority essentially saying the width of the highway, the width of the defined highway is not wide enough to accommodate the necessary highway works, and therefore those highway works cannot be delivered. I think that is the fundamental key issue, is essentially, is the width or not.
Come back, Councillor Marks.
I understand that, and I can relate to that. However, surely any work is better than no work if we went for this application, regarding footpaths, safety for people, walking dogs, and everything else, as we've heard. So then, sort of following on from that, we still want to guarantee that this work will be done. So then, would a bond be able to be taken?
Through you, Chairman, I don't think this is an issue of a bond and whether the works are sort of practically going to be delivered. It's a more fundamental issue of can the necessary highway improvement works actually be accommodated within the public highway. And then if members are minded to go down the route of saying actually we'll condition it, there are all sorts of potential questions about potentially the highway authority then having to adopt land that is outside the public highway. So there's a whole sort of process around that. So there are a number of issues which essentially led to the highway officer coming to their conclusion that they, I must conclude the construction is unfeasible. That's the comment of the highway officer.
To come back again, then, Mr. Guthrie just said they're undertaking a further survey at the present time with engineers. So are we saying, well, if that came back and was correct and they could make it work, the scheme, that would be okay at that point? Bearing in mind he's only had 7 days to get this sorted, would it be better to defer it and wait to see what that scheme says?
Through you, Chairman, again, I would advise against deferral. You've got a scheme in front of you that is not deemed acceptable at this point in time by the highway authority. There may well be a report or a survey that's been produced. However, there is no guarantee that the highway authority will be satisfied with that. As I indicate earlier, the issues around sort of adoption of land outside the highway boundary is a separate legal process. Whether the highway authority would even be willing to adopt further land outside the highway boundary is a fundamental question as well. Let alone what the implications are in terms of the need to move ditches, reprofile ditches, remove hedgerows. So my view would be that if members have got a concern over this element, the application should be refused. The applicants can then come back several months down the line when that work has been done, and we have actually then got a bit better idea as to whether those works are deliverable or not. The applicants can have had conversations with the highway authority outside of the planning application process to discuss issues such as adoption, etc. And we would potentially have a lot clearer picture as to the actual deliverability of those highway works.
Councillor Benny. Thank you.
I mean, we've got to the point of having a proposal yet. I mean, if this was up for proposal and delivering the road was part of that as a condition, if that couldn't be achieved, then the planning application wouldn't go ahead anyway, would it? So that would be approving it subject to a technical solution.
Through you, Chairman, and I'm sure something that potentially the legal officer may be able to clarify a little bit further. There should always be an assumption when a local planning authority is making an application that the works or the development that it is granting permission for is deliverable, and that should be demonstrated to us as part of the application process rather than post-application. And that is the sort of the usual convention on these things, because ultimately if we grant planning permission and then ultimately find that something isn't deliverable, it doesn't revoke the grant of planning permission essentially. So my advice to the committee would always be to be absolutely certain that what's being applied for can be delivered.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Stephen here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the suggestion of a condition that the road details can be submitted and approved you'd normally impose a condition where you require further details on something that the planning authority considers is likely to be able to be achieved. In this case, we have the highway authority saying the opposite. I mean, they are saying in terms, construction is unfeasible. That's what they are saying. So it wouldn't be right, I don't think, to put a condition on, say that it's subject to those details coming forward in the face of that clear advice we have from the highway authority. And we cannot overturn, as it were, that expert advice. We don't have that expertise. So it wouldn't, I don't think, be appropriate to have that sort of condition.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for those words. Councillor French.
Thank you. Well, as far as the highway is concerned, there's no way county council will purchase any land. They haven't got the money. They don't fill the potholes, etc., etc. So don't rely on the highway. I think this is, if this application is refused, it's a missed opportunity to get the highway, and it is a public highway, and it is a responsibility of county council, but they haven't touched it in several years, as they don't right across the whole of Fenland. If you go south, all the roads are nice, but in Fenland, they're not. This is a prime opportunity to get that road upgraded. As Mr. Cuttridge said, he's prepared to move, divert his dike, etc., and put passing places in there. Now, this is not only to approve this planning application, this is also to enhance his business. He has got a floor planning application for a cafe. When it's going to happen, I don't know. That road is going to get busier. And this is the ideal time, if he's prepared to improve that road and put a public footpath in for the people of Doddington, now is the time to do it and approve this application.
Yep. Right. Have we got anything else to say to that, David? Right. So that's it. So now that was sort of one for the debate, really, the Councillor French. Right, let me carry on. So now I'm going to open this. I'm going to look for open up this for debate now. Who'd like to kick this off? You kicked it off, Councillor French, haven't you? So you can't say any more, but it's still open. I've said you kicked it off. So would anybody like to add to that? Councillor Benny?
Mr. Cuttridge has been before this committee several times over the last year or two. Everything he's promised, he's delivered. Everything that he's said he's done, he's done. I would like a little bit of assurance that we can get the road, but if not, we've supported this business and we've supported Mr. Cuttridge all the way along with this in previous applications. And truthfully, sometimes you just have to have a little bit of faith in people, don't you? And accept that he's delivered before, and I trust him to do it again. And that's really what we're looking to do. And like I say, I would like an assurance on the road, but I think this comes down to having a bit of trust in the man. He's been honest with us before. I don't see why this should change. Looking at this in terms of LP3, it's behind Doddington Hospital. Doddington Hospital was the centre of the community. It's adjacent to there. You've got buildings further out on Benwick Road, going down that road as well. You know, LP 12 has to bring good character to the area. Well, it's just changed. It just changes that character. It doesn't mean it's right. It's open to perception. It's open to interpretation. And I mean, I've been down there and seen some of the other houses that we passed down there, and they look good. You know, and as David said earlier, taking the delivery of houses does not supersede any of the policies in there, which I fully accept. But to turn it down on LP3 when it's adjacent to land that is part of Doddington, I can't see where there's justification in that. But then again, that's just a difference of opinion. I'm not saying David's wrong. I'd never do that. And I feel that the scheme has merit. I really do.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, it's not very often you see a developer, or should I say, wanting to invest in a public highway, to support public highway, doing make improvements to public highway. So on that basis, I think the resolution is supported.
Yeah, so you're looking at supporting this application, aren't you? Okay, still debate, everybody? No? Okay, no, so thank you very much for that. Officers, would you like to just sum up or any clarifications at all? Thank you, before we go looking for a proposal on this.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we have also done the highway improvement works in great detail. I think just to I suppose raise a further sort of issue in respect of this, and it's perhaps more a procedural issue in terms of if members do resolve to grant the application with a condition saying that the highway works need to be carried out, there are potential implications in terms of the red line boundary submitted with the planning application from a sort of a legal perspective, because clearly if the works required take up land outside the red line boundary and which are in the ownership of the third party, then potentially there are it does pose question marks over the validity of the application. I think just to throw another issue into the mix for members to be aware of, perhaps.
Councillor Benny, you want to come in, I think.
Yeah, I mean, one, this red line in the wrong place seems to be chucked in right at the end of the debate. And also, I was always under the assumption that ownership of land isn't a planning consideration. Whether I mean, I could put an application in on David's house, whether he accept it or not is a different matter. I put it in, but he could put one in on mine, and there is no legal ownership. You don't have to prove ownership to put an application in. So just a question. I fail to see whether that is relevant, really.
Quite right. If you'd like to answer more fully,
Thank you. Apologies for only raising it at the last minute. I'll be quite frank. It was only something that just come to mind in amongst everything else. You're quite right in that land ownership is not a material planning issue. However, as part of a planning application, there is a requirement for accurate certificates of ownership, etc., to be submitted, and we're also potentially permitting development which may stray outside the bounds of the red line boundary. So there were just one or two, as I say, potentially legal issues around that, which I think it would be remiss not to at least flag so that members are aware of those.
Okay. Do you want to come back, Councillor Benny, on this? Did you want it after you?
Actually, many years ago, put an application in for me, and it was all approved. And then we found out that the red line was in the wrong place, and I had to resubmit the application. But it didn't affect the outcome of the application. So if that is the case, have we got an application that is incomplete that has been brought to this committee today? If it is not right, then it really should be before this committee today as well.
Okay. That's another point. Stephen would like to come in now. sure.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I suppose in a way this application is incomplete because the Highway Authority is telling us they don't think construction of this highway is feasible without further information. But you're right, Councillor Bennett, if extra land was needed, you know, then the applicant could come back with a new application in due course, if he can't actually develop within the red line.
Do you want to come back there, Councillor Benny? Any more questions to officers at all?
Do you think it's applicable in the interest of fair play to allow the client to come back because he had such short time to prepare and allow that the road suggestions, what he was going to propose to bring forward, and have a look at it again before he has to submit another application? Do you think it's prudent to do that and give him a chance? He only had a week to prepare this.
David, would you like to interject there?
Through you, Chairman, I think as indicated previously, deferral throws up potentially a lot of questions which really probably need resolving kind of outside the planning application process. If members, as I said earlier, are concerned with regards to that particular issue, my suggestion would be that the application actually be refused on the basis of the kind of the highway recommendation, and that issue pursued separately outside the application process by the applicant, perhaps even directly with the Highway Authority.
Councillor French.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, we have had several applications down Hospital Road. I don't remember Highways objecting before, did they?
No.
Why has it just been thrown into this one?
Through you, Chairman, I think in the past Highways have sort of expressed concerns about the status of Hospital Road, and have sort of indicated that they felt that sort of the two extra houses may in themselves not have an adverse impact. I think what we've had now is obviously two houses plus the 5 that we've got now, and I think it's reached a point where the Highway Authority sort of effectively said, actually, this is perhaps where we need to draw a line and say that the road in its current state can't actually take any further and isn't suitable to accommodate further development. Therefore, there needs to be some improvements.
If I can come back, Mr. Chairman, Mega Plants is down there. He could have 100 cars a day. What's the difference between 100 or 200 cars going to Mega Plants, or the difference of 5 houses?
Well, I think we're more or less we're going around the point now. So I think we need to bring this to a halt. So basically, I'll be initially looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. So is anyone going to propose that? Obviously that fails then, because obviously it hasn't got a proposal or a second. So I'm looking for another proposal, please. Or a proposer to go with, to approve this application against officer's recommendation. So I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor Marks.
Go against officer's recommendation.
Reasons, please.
Reason.
Policy reasons.
Help me out here, guys.
Yeah, policy reasons as well, Councillor Marks.
Benny, help me out here.
You're certainly not running. You're certainly not running the show, Councillor Benny. Unfortunately, as chairman, I can't really be reasonably expected to do that. But yeah, Councillor Marks. Yeah, Councillor Marks. If you can do, you can start. Please.
Okay.
You should do that. Sorry? You should really do the whole lot.
Proposal should come up.
Right. Okay. Let's go back.
No, and many other planning committee meetings, we have allowed others to up the trend.
1.2, I don't believe it's an elsewhere development because of where the properties are, and it's got properties bound to those boundary, and also the hospital is there as well. So I can't believe that's an elsewhere location. Meaningful development from the 5 dwellings to vitally and viability to the nearest settlement would be very modest. I disagree with that. proposal is therefore considered. That's two. Yeah, I'll go with those two. So it's going for test.
With that.
And at the end of the day, we've had mitigation done in mainly in flood zone 3, where we've had, so mitigation can be put in if there was a flood zone problem.
Okay. Right, yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. So yeah, we'll have a couple of more. We shouldn't, but I'm quite happy with, generally speaking, but I'm quite happy with I'm happy with Councillor Marks's explanation of why we need to go against officer recommendation, really. Certainly not an elsewhere location, is it?
I mean, if you're happy, but
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
There are 4 reasons for refusal.
There are 4 reasons for refusal. We've done 2.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, can I ask a question? I mean, we've been down this road many, many times, and we've never had the constitution thrown at us, and we've always allowed the proposer and the seconder
We have
to
indeed.
help each other out.
We
And
have
I
indeed.
think consistency, let them do it.
Okay, that's fine. Carry on then.
Sorry, thank you, Jack. Everything that we pass changes that street view and changes the character of that village, but it doesn't mean that it's not always to the detriment. Change can be good, so therefore I don't consider that is bad. 12. Look, I've already done 12, haven't I? I've got one here on sustainability. The proposed development would be access. I think that's with no single carriageway. It says in the application that we're going to put a cycleway in, but we're going to have a path anyway for pedestrians. So that is wiping that one out. LP 15 aims to provide safe transport. Where do the buses run down Hospital Road? They don't. People who go down there have cars. We live in a rural area. This policy of sustainable transport works fine in a city, but when it comes down to rural areas, we all have cars. So the majority of people do. We've got a footpath going in down there, which is increasing the safety for pedestrians. There's community benefit in this by putting the path in, if it can be a bit achieved. I really see nothing else. Anything else you want, Stephen?
It's not a question of what I want, but the reason for refusal, list 4 items.
We've got minerals and waste. Well,
as well, you've got that ribbon. We've had that throughout all of that. That's I mean, we had this in Wimbledon, opposite Bridge Lane, where that came through, and this minerals and waste thing came up, and you've got minerals all around us. I mean, that's why we got gravel pits. That's why we had brickworks historically. Wherever you build, you're going to end up with that problem, and it does. You're making a problem that isn't there. We passed other ones in the same area without this reason.
But there's no pit down there, to my knowledge, at all. There's no minerals been taken from anywhere near there. I mean, Mamie Pit's probably the closest one.
to waste and not, will not in the new local waste minerals plan will not excavate that. It's uneconomic. We had that last month or 2 months ago, and I think we had it the month before, when we've said when we've agreed that it wouldn't be uneconomic. So I think we've done that one. Councillor Marks.
To be fair, I think where that land is, the only thing we'd end up doing is pulling clay out and making a lake. I can't see that there's any other minerals that we'd actually pull out of there. Reservoir, that's the one.
We need to bring this to a close now. We're mindful of time. So, okay, I'm happy with those reasons. Councillor Marks has proposed it. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Benny, with conditions, delegated conditions with officers, obviously, goes without saying. Perhaps I could be included in the correspondence with that. So anyway, we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Knox. Can we have a show of hands on that, please?
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. That application has been approved. Thank you. Does anybody want another 5-minute break, or do we want to press on? Right, another 10 minutes then, but we can't be too long. Mindful of time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application for the erection of up to 6 dwellings and the formation of a new access with all matters reserved, land southeast of Aberfield, Welland and Friday Bridge. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan of the aerial photo. So it's part of an agricultural field which fronts onto Welland. To the northwest of the site is the main built form of Friday Bridge, and then the linear development either side of Welland is sort of apparent from both images there. It should also be pointed out the site is allocated for development in the emerging local plan. All matters are reserved for future consideration. Show the details. So the details shown here are purely illustrative. So the drawing shows a row of dwellings, so fronting the road with agricultural access retained through the middle of the site, pedestrian footway provided along the site frontage, and then sort of access to the dwellings taken from that central access road. The photos on the screen show the existing nature of the site and its immediate surroundings. So to conclude, the development of the site is considered to be acceptable in principle and to accord with the existing pattern of development in the area. There will be no detrimental impact on character, and as such, the recommendation is to grant outline planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite John Maxey, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to me. You've got 5 minutes, Mr. Maxey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. As there's been a lot of discussion about policy this morning, I wanted to focus on that. Sorry, this afternoon. This application is in accordance with the existing local plan policy. This is a limited growth village where there is scope for a sensible amount of development that is in accordance with the village shape and existing built form. A site of this, such as this of 6, is entirely in accordance with that policy. It's surrounded effectively, as you've seen from the plans, on 3 sides, the other side of the road and the 2 sides adjoining by existing development. It's in the heart of the village, within walking distance of school and all other village facilities. And it is entirely in keeping with the form and character of existing development in that area, Welland being primarily linear. It's an infill site. So I invite you to make your decision on the current local plan. However, as David has said, it is also proposed in the draft new local plan for allocation. And what that means is that there's been further additional scrutiny recently that has effectively confirmed that this site is still suitable for development. We're not just looking back 8 years and saying it was then, it still is. So, you know, on that basis, I invite you to approve the application as being entirely in accordance with policy. There are no technical objections to it. It's flood zone 1. We've had some discussions with highways during the course of the application and produced plans that show that, notwithstanding all matters are reserved, it is possible to achieve a safe and proper access with plenty of parking for the dwellings. There are 1 or 2 comments about the form of the development, whether it should be houses or bungalows. This is an outline application for 6 dwellings with all matters reserved. That aspect can be considered, and appropriate designs formulated at the reserved matter stage. We're looking for an approval on an outline basis of the principle of 6 here, that we can then take forward into the next stage of development. So I invite you please to approve the application in accordance with officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Maxey. Members' questions to Mr. Maxey. Councillor French, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Maxey. The parish council obviously are objecting to this. Are you aware of other school places?
I believe the school is probably tight. This site is not of a size where there would normally be Section 106 contributions requested, and they're effectively objecting to any new development in Friday Bridge, not just this site.
Do I understand?
Yep, thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Maxey before we let him go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? If you've got any, thank you.
No questions. I just think this one, they've got it right.
Yeah, okay. Right. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, so I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So debate, guys. Councillor Marks, thank you.
I'd like to back up Councillor French's last comment. I think this is right. I think the officers have got it right.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Councillor Benny, thanks.
Yeah, I think officers got this one right. And there's improved timekeeping. We ought to go to a vote on this one.
We've got some, yes, I think I've got to steer on where this is going. Nobody else is going to enter the debate at all. Officers, would you just like to? No. So I'll be looking initially for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission. Councillor French is Councillor French. Councillor Purser second. So I've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to approve this development. Councillor French is proposing that Councillor Purser second. Can I have a
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
thank you. That application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So yes, this is an application for permission in principle for up to 4 dwellings, land south east of 45 Cattle Dyke, Gorefield. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It's currently paddock land to the rear of the frontage dwellings on Cattle Dyke, and the site is located within flood zone 3. As indicated, the application is for permission in principle. An indicative layout, however, has been submitted, although this is not a requirement, and this is shown for members' information on the screen. Clearly, to erect 4 dwellings on this site would involve some form of cul-de-sac development being created to the rear of the property on Cattle Dyke. So photos of the existing access, existing views across the rear garden of 45 towards the site, and also Cattle Dyke itself in the vicinity of the application site are shown on the screen for members' information. So to conclude, Gorefield is a small village within the settlement hierarchy of the local plan, where limited residential infilling will be acceptable. Clearly, the development proposed is not limited infilling and is more akin to a village extension. As such, the location and amount of development would be contrary in principle to the settlement hierarchy. In addition, the site is within flood zone 3, and due to the nature of the development exceeding the scale set out in the local plan, it is considered that the area of search for the sequential test should be district-wide. In the absence of a district-wide sequential test, it is considered that the application also fails on the grounds of flood risk. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have 2 sets of speakers on this item. Firstly, I'd like to invite George Leconu and Andrew McConnon, objectors, to make their presentation to the committee. Once you're quickly settled, you've got 5 minutes. Okay. So obviously it goes without saying you've got 5 minutes then. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to address the committee. My name is George Lecornu of 55 Cattle Dyke. I've lived in the Fens for over 14 years, and I bought this as our forever home with the understanding that the current Fenland plan and the future emerging local plan would prevent any development to the rear of my house. I'm requesting that the committee agree with the planning officer's recommendation to refuse this application. The proposal is contrary to multiple planning policies by being backland with no road frontage on previously undeveloped land in flood zone 3. This proposal has no merit and should be refused. Next slide, please. A development on this site would result in the irreversible loss of habitat. The site is in the Great Crested Newt Amber Zone. In addition, the strip of woodland on the south of the site is home to bats and other protected species, and this therefore should not be disturbed. On preparation for this development, the water body that has been filled in to prevent any requirement for an ecological survey. As a small village, only residential infill or use of previously developed land would be suitable for development. This site meets none of the criteria for a brownfield site, as it has had no previous development. Next slide, please. Mr. Humphrey's agent has attempted to support the infill criteria by producing a misleading map as part of his application, attempting to show a domestic property shown here as number 59 on the map. In reality, this is an open-sided pole barn used for agricultural purposes, and number 59 has been invented for this application. As there is no road frontage, this proposal cannot be considered as infill. The site has had no previous development, and because of this, Gorfield Parish Council have also objected to this proposal. Indeed, the site gained very little support, with only one comment of support at the expiry of the consultation period. Mr. Humphrey's office was well aware of this, as well as the lack of merits of the site, and was granted an extension to source and submit a further 5 letters of support in order to force his application to committee, as he was fully aware that the planning officer would recommend refusal. Next slide, please. You will see on this slide 4 of the canvassed responses, all looking the same, not submitted by Gorfield residents, but by Mr. Humphrey's office. Next slide, please. On the left is a letter submitted by Mr. Humphrey's office under Mrs. Parsons' names and follows the same formatting. You will see on the right side that when Mrs. Parsons objected to a previous planning application, she is very capable of presenting a well-formulated argument, unlike the single sentence on the left. Indeed, the single point of support on the left document is that the proposed site would be within easy walking distance of the village amenities, despite it being further away than the site Mrs. Parsons objected to. The site will not be within easy walking distance, as there has been no provision for a pavement, meaning this development will be separated from the village. As the Highways Agency requires a minimum of 5 metres for vehicle access, if a further 2 metres is provided for a pavement, this would result in a ridiculous situation where the majority of number 45's property frontage is taken up by access down a long narrow lane to the rear of their neighbours' properties and the refuse collection to the front of the roadside. Next slide, please. The site is in flood zone 3, meaning that sequential tests must be conducted to prove that there are no other sites available for development. Next slide, please. Fenland Council have identified 3 sites for development, providing the village with a potential 73 new houses, all of which are outside flood zone 3. Mr. Humphrey's agent has himself conducted a sequential test and unilaterally decided that this application passes the test. Incorrectly, Mr. Humphrey's agent concludes that there are no available sites within a lower flood risk zone. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot submitted by Mr. Humphrey's agent as evidence of this. He has somewhat misled the committee, as when he states that there are no other suitable locations, he has limited his search to 1/4 of the mile of the village centre, and the website even suggests on the lower half that by increasing the search radius to a 1/2 mile, it would return with 2 plots for sale. Next slide, please. This report was only made available on Friday afternoon, so I've had limited time to digest it, but following a very brief search, I found a further 3 plots of land for sale in the local area, all of which are available for development and lie wholly within flood zone 1, the lowest risk category. Next slide, please. With 73 new houses on the horizon, there is no demand for more developments in Gorfield. Number 43, built less than 15 years ago, a 4-bedroom, 2-storey house has been on the market for over a year with no offers. Last slide, please. In summary, the land is not residential infill. There is no road frontage available and would be disconnected from the village. The land is agricultural backland with high levels of biodiversity. The site is in flood risk zone 3 and other sites are available in flood zones 1 and 2. There has been minimal local support, with Gorfield Parish Council also objecting. The vehicle and pedestrian access would be inadequate. 73 new houses are planned for development in the village, and there is low demand for this type of development.
Thank you. Right, yeah, thank you for that. Members, questions, Mr. Conno, please. Have you got any? Thanks. No? No questions at all? No, thank you very much. Very eloquently put. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Peter Humphrey to make his presentation to the committee. Obviously, you've got 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just come back on some of those points. Firstly, some people do not have access to computers. Yes, we do letters. We do not sign them. We do ask that they are collated in the office, so we know sometimes how many letters are submitted to the planning department. Also, if you look at Fenland Council's ordnance survey sheet, number 59 is on there. We have not fictitiously put it on there, Mr. Chairman. So I take offence at those comments. Also, the comments with regards to the access, you can have 4 properties off a private drive. We do not need to have a footpath. So reasons for the refusal. The land is outside the developed footprint. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but Fenland Council do not have a footprint of Gorefield. And so therefore the site abuts existing dwellings. The site is in a small village for new development, which has recently allowed 38 dwellings off Back Road, supported by officers. Also, there is no mention in the officer's report of the appeal decision. For number 43A, I'll read number 8. I accept the council's contention that the locality mainly features frontage development, but that does not necessarily mean that non-frontage development is harmful. In this instance, where the development would have no material effect on the street scene and only very limited effect on other views, the local distinctiveness of the area would not be eroded by the development. That is an appeal adjacent to our site. Flood risk assessment has now been submitted, and I would contest that there are no sites for 4 plots available within the settlement of Gorefield. Those that were shown on the screen were for Parson Grove and villages surrounding. As can be seen on the location plan, clearly there is other backland development, and I would therefore request that members support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphries. Members, questions to Mr. Humphries, please. No, no, thank you. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers. No, thank you. So quickly moving on. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate. Who wants to kick off the debate? We'll soon need somebody to kick off the debate. This will be the first time we haven't had somebody say something about something in my 4 years. Thank you, Councillor Marks.
Okay. Well, I went and had a quick look. I'm not convinced it actually stands particularly well, where the land is. I think whether it's infill, whether it's whatever you want to call it, it's behind the properties and just doesn't quite sit where I would expect it to be sitting when you look at the rest of the back infill, as said previously. So I'm in 2 minds with this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marks, for starting that off. Anybody want to add to that? So I'm going to close this debate. No? Okay, that's absolutely fine. I shall close the debate now. Members, or anything like that? It's like ready to come back on. You're absolutely right. Would you like a question? Ask a question to officers?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the sequential test.
Okay. You can ask questions. We're in questions to officers, so you certainly can.
It's been pointed out by one of the speakers that there are various land available elsewhere. But obviously Mr. Humphries says there isn't in Gorefield, so can we have some clarification, please?
If you'd like to do that, David, thank you.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. I think as Mr. Humphrey himself sort of indicated, some of the examples that were given by the neighbour relate to other settlements. I think one was in Leverington, I think one was Barton Road. So for the purposes of the sequential test, you wouldn't normally take those into account if you're looking at purely settlement based. So from that point of view, Mr. Humphrey's sequential test is possibly accurate. The issue that we've got with the sequential test, though, is that as this is looking at a level of development over and above that which is set out in the settlement hierarchy, our view is that the sequential test should be on a wider basis anyway, because inherently, if you're proposing a scale of development over and above that set out in the settlement hierarchy, you're going to basically always be sequentially acceptable because there aren't enough permissions elsewhere within the settlement to, I suppose, outweigh your site, as it were.
Did you want to come back on that, Councillor French, or? No, that's okay. Councillor Hicks, you are proposing to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse this planning permission. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Marks, you're seconding it, are you? Thank you. Got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission. Councillor Hicks is proposing it. Councillor Marks is seconding it. Can we have a show of hands on that proposal to refuse this application, please?
6 votes, Chairman.
Those against? 1, that application has been refused. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke to present application FYR 23-0185. That's another bit one, agenda item number 15. So Danielle, please.
Agenda item 15 is in relation to an application for permission in principle for a residential development of up to 3 dwellings on land southeast of Cherry Hop Farm off Boroughmore Road in March. The first stage applications for permission in principle seek to establish whether the site is suitable in respect of location, use and amount of development only. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site comprises part of a grassland paddock to the north of Boroughmore Road between numbers 181 to the east and Cherry Hop Farmhouse, a grade 2 listed building to the west. The site has been designated as an allocated site within the adopted West March Broad Concept Plan and forms a significant proportion of the area within which a primary road has been proposed within the adopted PCP to link the north and south development areas. This slide shows the access and movement plan within the BCP area as detailed within the document. The inset shows the application site's location in relation to the proposed primary roadway. It should be noted that this primary roadway path is currently indicative. However, the land on which the application site sits is clearly in close proximity to the potential highway that has been proposed to be positioned as far as practicable from Cherry Hop Farmhouse to duly respect its character and listed settlement. The slide shows the existing character of the land. The top left picture is looking northeast from the site from the existing access at Cherry Hop Farm. The top right is looking north towards the site from Boroughmore Road. The bottom picture is looking due west towards the site from the boundary with number 181. First stage permission in principle applications seek to establish the location, use and amount of development proposed only. The application site has been designated as an allocated site within the BCP and forms a significant proportion of the area within a primary roadway. The application includes no evidence to substantiate the site is unlikely to fall within the land required for the BCP roadway, and as such is considered that development on this site may prejudice the delivery of the transport network in respect of the BCP. As such, the application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Danielle. And once again, we have one speaker on this item, and I would now like to invite David Mead. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Thanks.
Hello, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for that. I won't take up too much of your time. As just explained, this is a application for a permission in principle, which does exactly what it says on the tin. Effectively, it's to demonstrate that the principle of a certain form of development has to be residential, is acceptable in a certain location up to a certain size. And in this case here, slightly unusual because compared to some of the other sites that you've been dealing with today, we have an allocated site technically within the built up area, within the broad concept plan for the development of land to the west of March. The proposal we're suggesting is up to 3 dwellings. But that is, again, could be 1, 2 or 3, but that's the whole point of a commission in principle. It's just to establish the principle with the requirement for the only information needs to be submitted is a red line plan. But to put it into context, the site is half an acre for 3 dwellings, up to 3 dwellings, even allowing for part of the site, certainly not a significant part of the site, to be provide a spine road, which is unlikely to be much more than 10 metres wide. The frontage of the site itself, outlined in red, is 50 metres. The depth of the site, its maximum, is another 50 metres. If you take the actual frontage from the western front corner of the site to the eastern far boundary, which is of the land which is up against the bungalow at 181 Boroughmore Road, it's 80 metres. 80 metres to allow for an access road and 3 dwellings effectively. So my contention is there's enough information there to be able to demonstrate that that it can fit in. And in fact, the slide that showed the position of the spine road, and I accept it's only indicative on the broad concept plan, but again, that appeared to me to demonstrate that there was room for both. And what happens next is, if this is approved, we go to the technical detail stage. And the technical detail stage provide all of the details required to demonstrate clearly how the development can take place. Effectively, it's the full planning permission, or the reserve. It will show the exact position, layout of any element of the spine road or all of the spine road. It will show the position, the design, the elevations, the floor plans. It will include all of the details regarding drainage. Everything else you would accept in a full application comes after this. So in this case here, we're just simply asking that the principle of up to 3 dwellings is acceptable. It's within the broad concept plan. It's already allocated for residential development. It's nothing else apart from that. And I would hope that you bear that in mind when considering the application before you today. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Mead. Members, questions to Mr. Mead, if you have any, or clarifications even. Councillor French?
Yeah, Mr. Mead, can you tell me how far away this is from Cherry Holt Farm? How many meters?
So it's so the western boundary of the site is about 45 metres from farmhouse. That's me looking at proportions on the location plan.
Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Mead before we let him go? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions to officers? Councillor French?
Thank you. I mean, this area of land has been in the BCP for several years, hasn't it? So with recommending refusal, are you saying that, I mean, I don't know what's happened with the rest of the land. I understand there's about 25 landowners there. So I'm assuming that this landowner wants to go on his own. If this was approved, would it have a detrimental effect on any other land?
Please, David. Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, the reason for the recommendation of refusal is that we have concerns that by granting permission in principle to locate houses on this bit of land, potentially the northern link to the BCP, sort of between Boroughmore Road and Gore Road, would potentially be prejudiced, and therefore that could have an implication on bringing forward further development on the wider sort of northern portion of the strategic allocation.
If I can come back, I mean, we're looking at what's in front of us today, not what might happen in the future. Surely it's up to the other landowners, even if they did a pick, even though it's in the BCP. So I think actually the other bit of land probably prejudicing this application.
Would you like to come back?
Through you, Chairman, yes, I think you can make the argument that ultimately the BCP is sort of impacting on this bit of land, and indeed it has done with the couple of previous applications that's been on the site for a refusal. Having said that, again, sort of the policies of the local planner are sort of quite clear, though, that when dealing with applications for small parcels of land within the BCP, we do have to give consideration to the consequences of that, and whether by granting those applications there would be a sort of a prejudicial effect on the delivery of the wider BCP. And in this instance, we do, because of that potential loss of the kind of the access area.
Okay, did you want to come back? Yeah.
Yeah.
See the wheels going
Yeah.
around, Councillor French.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's only a planning in principle, so I can't see if this was approved that it would have a detrimental effect. It might actually make the other landowners waken up, because bearing in mind, this land has been allocated for many years, over 20 years, I believe. I mean, it's like, there is a listed building there, Cherry Hope Farm. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's an absolute wreck. And for a listed building, we should have taken action years ago, because it's only fit to be demolished.
Quite a relevant point, Councillor French. Right, any more questions to officers at all? No, okay, quickly moving on. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah. From what the gentleman there said, this is a 50-metre square piece of land, roughly. There is land around this, and as much as this may block a road going through it, this landowner could equally say, I'm not part of it, and not sell it. And that would equally block it, and then they'd find a way to go around it. And my very first planning committee, about 5 years ago, we had an application for 27 houses in Stowe Lane, Wisbech, that was in the corner of the BCP. And we were told then that that would mess the BCP up and block it. I don't know if you remember, David, you were here. And that the BCP was going to come forward, and we got people interested in it, and it was all going to come forward, and we turned that down, and I voted against that, my very first meeting. And that BCP's never come about. And we've lost 27 houses in Wisbech, which would have provided homes for people, because that was in the corner of the BCP, and it was right in the corner of the BCP. And the only reason I went against it was because at the time I thought this will mess up that BCP, and that will all happen. BCPs are being dismantled. The BCPs haven't, apart from in Whittlesea, have not delivered a house. And you know, I agree with Councillor French. Bringing this land forward, maybe we'll book the other landowners to get their act together and start bringing this forward, because every landowner thinks his land's worth a fortune and he's going to hang on to it forever. And that's why we don't ever get this. That's why the BCPs haven't come about, because you can't get an agreement between people. And maybe if people see a little bit of action in one corner of this, which it's 50 metres square, if you couldn't put a road around that, because if they didn't want to sell it, they still have to put a road around it. It wouldn't stop the BCP from coming forward. I think there's good merit in passing this, if nothing else, as a message. If you want to bring your land forward, you bring your land forward. There's too many landowners sitting on their land thinking it's worth a fortune, and that's blocking delivery. So I think a little bit of development here might shake things up a bit, and I think that would be good. And looking at the actual, in principle, I see nothing wrong with the principle of this anyway.
Yeah, I do remember the application, and you're absolutely right. As far as I'm aware, nothing's ever come to any fruition on those 27 houses. And of course, there might have been an opportunity lost. But we are where we are soon. Oh, righto, Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I take note of what Councillor Benny said there a moment ago, and also the fact it was actually regarded as being allocated land. But I don't know if I'm right or what have you, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was led to believe many years ago this piece of land or that area had quite a bad history of flooding, which concerns me a little bit. And I had a wander down this road a few days ago, what have you, and I have to say that bend just there, where this is coming out on, is absolutely deadly. when people speed up and down there, and I'll tell you what, you sit there and you take your life in your own hands coming out of the junction, just saying that kind of worries me and concerns me just there, really.
Other point needs to be taken into consideration, councillor Purser. Right, still in debate, councillor Purser. Anybody else want to add to this debate at all while we're here? No burning desire, closing the debate. Officers, would you like some points of clarification or add to whatever you said? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I totally accept some of the arguments that have been made in terms of the sort of the potential delivery of housing on the site. I think, and clearly it's within members' gift to go against officer recommendation and grant permission in principle. I think the one issue I would just sort of flag for members to consider is, I suppose, the delivery of potentially 3 houses versus prejudice in the delivery of maybe a couple of 100 houses. I think that's just an issue that you need to reconcile yourselves with. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, officers, for that. So again, I should be initially looking for a proposer or a proposer to go with the officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission on this application. Have I got one? Councillor Purser? Okay. Councillor Purser, have you got a seconder for this? To go against officer recommendation to refuse. So we need a seconder for that, to be clear. With officer recommendation to refuse, to be clear. No, I think that proposal's fallen, but thank you for giving it anyway. So I'm looking for another proposal or a proposer. Yeah, councillor French.
Yeah, I propose we recommend approval for this application, bearing in mind it is only a PIPS application. I think it makes efficient use of land. I mean, it's hard actually to come up with these because we've got no full details or anything. It is in the broad concept plan. And I don't think it will be detrimental to the rest of the land. And as Councillor Penny says, and myself, maybe it'll make the landowners actually waking up. Otherwise, they might find that in the emerging plan it is deallocated. So we've got an application in front of us. We haven't got a crystal ball, so we don't know when the other application will come in. So I've support the PIPs.
Okay. Thank you very much. As you know, as there is only a PIP, there is not much else to say. Is the land is it right for planning? And obviously, Councillor French thinks it is. So she thinks it is. Have we got a seconder on that score? Councillor Benny. So we've got a proposer and a seconder, Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Benny, to go against officer's recommendation to approve this PIP. Can we have a show of hands on that?
That's 6 votes, Chairman.
Those against? That application has been approved against officer recommendation. Quickly moving on, I hand over to David to present application FYR 22-09001/0, agenda item number 16. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with matters committed in respect of access to erect a single dwelling involving the demolition of existing building, land southeast of the chimneys, Gould Road, Guyerne. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits the front of an existing group of buildings and has previously been used as a bowling green. The site is located within flood zone 3. So the location of the site is shown with the white dots on this plan, and the wider aerial view shows the relationship of the site to the settlement of Guyerne. So the plan on screen now shows the current site layout, effectively with the application site edged in the green, used as a bowling green, as I say, with a kind of a pavilion within it. And then we have the proposed indicative layout. So the application is outlined with matters reserved other than access. So the existing access to the site will be utilised. Should just point out that the property to the sort of right of the access, the chimneys, is, I believe, occupied by the applicant at present, and that is tied through condition to the use of the wider site there. So the photos on the screen show the current nature of the site, so with the sort of hedge around it for the bowling green, the access down the side of that, and then the existing property, the chimneys to the right hand side of the access. So to conclude, the site is considered to be outside the built form of Guyenne and therefore in an elsewhere location. The application suggests that the dwelling is needed by the occupiers of the chimneys to allow them to continue living at the site and working at the adjacent nursery. However, no information has been put forward to demonstrate why this is essential for the operation of the business. The site is in flood zone 3 and no sequential test has been submitted with the application. The flood risk assessment submitted does not seek to justify a dwelling at the site because of a site-specific need, instead relying on the presence of flood defences. So given the lack of justification for the dwelling at the site, the application is consequently considered contrary to the relevant policies regarding flood risk. The application is therefore recommended for refusal. Chair.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Shana Jackson, the court she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. As you've just heard, the proposal is for a new dwelling for Mr. Thomas. As a bit of background, Mr. Thomas is well known within the local area as being a major employer with at one stage 230 employees. That business has now been sold and Mr. Thomas's current enterprise employs approximately 70 people. Over the years, Mr. Thomas has put a lot into the local community and continues to do so as his health allows. Unfortunately, in more recent years, Mr. Thomas has suffered considerably poor health, with one of the resulting main issues being reduced mobility. As a result, he's struggling to gain proper access in and around his existing dwelling at the chimneys. An opportunity has, however, presented itself with the site next door to the existing dwelling. As the Bowls Club is now closed, there is a redundant brownfield site next to Mr. Thomas's existing home. The redevelopment of a brownfield site, as proposed, would provide an opportunity for Mr. Thomas to design a purpose-built dwelling to meet his specific needs. It will allow him to stay within the area he loves, close to his existing home, his family, and his business. Whilst officers' comments with regards to the location are noted, there are benefits to be had by redeveloping this parcel of previously developed land, which is something supported by the National Planning Policy Framework. It would also remove a non-conforming leisure use, which could attract unlimited numbers of traffic and noise away from a residential dwelling and a business. It's also argued that the reuse of this previously developed land would result in a site which is sequentially preferable in terms of flood risk. It's important to note that although the site lies within Flood Zone 3 of the Environment Agency flood maps for planning, these maps do not acknowledge local flood defences. And taking into account these defences within the area, in reality, there's actually a low probability of flooding on this site. This position has been set out in the flood risk assessment, which has been acknowledged and supported by the Environment Agency. And accordingly, there are no sustainable objections in terms of flood risk. The application is before you with 7 letters of support from the local community and no objections from local councillors or statutory consultees. We consider that there are valid planning reasons to support this application in terms of the benefits of removing a non-conforming use, the reuse of brownfield land, and the acceptability on flood risk grounds. And I hope you're able to grant planning permission accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana. Questions, members, questions, clarifications to Ms. Jackson, please, if you have any. No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers, please. No, can't see any either. Now, thank you. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations, relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants to kick this off? Thanks. As a bit of nodding going on, but nobody's put the hand up yet.
Okay,
Okay, councillor French, thank you very much.
first off, it's a brownfield site. I think that's the starting point. It is for one single dwelling. It is outlined, so we don't know whether it's, assuming it would be a bungalow if the gentleman's got poor hills reaching stairs. The only concern I have, I don't have a problem with actual application, but I do have a slight problem with the flooding. Has it ever flooded before?
That's a question we can ask officers when it comes to their turn. So we're in debate. Let's crack on. Thanks. Councillor Benny, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, as Mrs. Jackson just said, you know, this, I mean, all flood risk is done as if every bit of flood defence was turned off, all the pumps were turned off. And where would this end up? Well, we are the best drained piece of land in the country. We've got the best drainage systems anywhere. And the water is managed because all of it is about water management. Whether the site itself floods, we won't have a problem with it being built and raising the level of the development, which is the mitigation measures to get around building in flood zone 3. It won't run off and run into somebody else's garden, apart from maybe the neighbour, but that should be alleviated as well. So we're not looking to build 20 houses that's going to have a run off of surface water that's going to drain into another housing estate somewhere and cause problems there, which does happen. And as we said in planning last week, and I'll come back to this, planning's about putting all those ideas in a pot and working out which ones you give merit to and which ones you feel where you feel comfortable from, or where the planning committee feel comfortable. The fact that it is in flood zone 3, the mitigation measures to build will stop that building from flooding. If the house next door had flooded, I'm sure that there would be problems with insurance, and in which case I wouldn't want to be building a house next to my house if my house had flooded, because you probably wouldn't get insurance, so you wouldn't invest your money there. I think that's a fair indication of whether that's flooded. It's not planning reason, I know, but it's an indication thereof. Again, it's a brownfield site, and brownfield sites should be developed for green sites and agricultural land, so it's making good use of land.
Thank you, councillor Benny. Anybody else want to join the debate? Councillor Marks, thank you.
I think over with flooding, certainly having a look here, it says the IDB have got no problems with that. I've driven that road on a number of occasions and I've never seen any flooding. It's more bumpy than it is flooding. I think if you drive that road, the water's probably going to sit on the roadside more than it is in the land. Or equally, the property, the bowls club have now gone. Surely it makes better use to have that land there than try and find a greenfield site somewhere else. So I would support it, but no problems.
Yep, okay. Still in debate. Anybody wants to add to it? Can't see anybody. No, I'm going to close the debate then. Officers, would you like to make your observations? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you through, Chairman. I think just to pick up a couple of issues, I suppose going back to Mrs. Jackson's comments about the site being previously developed, looking at the definition of previously developed land within the MPPF, the glossary to the MPPF, I'm maybe not quite so certain that it is within that definition. It's quite explicit that that excludes, admittedly, land in built-up areas. I think we'll use that definition in this instance. So land in built-up areas such as residential gardens, parks, recreation grounds, and allotments. I think you would have to say Bowling Green would come within the definition of a recreation ground, so it seems to be excluded from the definition of previously developed land. Just to pick up on the issue of flood risk, and again going back to Mrs. Jackson's comments regarding the existence of flood defences, again the adopted supplementary planning document on flooding, which is the Cambridgeshire-wide document, again is quite clear that in applying the sequential test, the existence of flood defences should be effectively ignored when doing that sequential test. So the fact that flood defences exist does not make the site sequentially acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anybody got any more questions for officers, please? Councillor Marks, thank you.
Sorry, David, you're gonna love this one. You say that regarding recreational ground and stuff like that, is that in public ownership as opposed to private ownership? Surely there must be a difference between the two.
Through you, Chairman, I don't think land ownership comes into it at all. When you look at the that sort of definition, again, land in built up areas such as residential gardens, parks, recreation grounds. So residential gardens you would expect being in private ownership. The ownership of parks, recreation grounds, again, you get privately owned parks, recreation grounds in particular. So I don't think ownership is the issue there. I think it's the actual land use relative to that definition.
Okay, anybody else got any more questions for officers? No? Okay, so I shall again be initially looking for a proposer or a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission. Have I got one? No, I haven't. So I'll be looking for another proposer or a proposer. Councillor French, you're a little saviour today. You really are. You deserve another strawberry.
Yeah, you'll have to start talking up. Yeah, I recommend approval on this. You've got in there for recommend for refusal LP3. Looking at LP3, I believe small villages in these segments development will consider on its merit, but will not normally be very limited nature, normally be limited in scale to residential infill or small opportunities. I think that covers that. LP12, reuse of conversion of rural buildings, whether it's a bowling green, bearing in mind this authority did approve, I believe it was 4 houses on the bowling green in Elm Road, not that long ago. So bowling greens, unfortunately today, don't earn money. They just can't sustain themselves. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so. We've got to get over the flood risk, but Councillor Benny might come in there with his little ditty. I can't as chairman, so I can't interject, but I'm sure Councillor Benny can.
Again, this goes back to the planning training we received. Yes, yeah.
I thought you were, so please, carry on.
I mean, this goes back to the training. It was very clear to myself, and I don't know if the other members picked up on this, that it was very clearly said that all these different aspects of the planning, of all these consultees, they all go in a pot. And we as a planning committee look at this and we weigh the balance of all the answers of all these consultations now. And different people will get different answers. You know, you have a car accident, you'll see 10 people tell you 10 different stories of what happened. So that's why you get a difference of opinion. It's just that. And does this deliver a home? This gentleman, he's got a business employing 70 people. He's obviously, I mean, anyone who wants to take on 200 employees, I take my hat off to that. I would not want to take 200 employees on. Well, you must be in a position. But, you know, he's got a business with 70 people there. If he needs this to maintain his business and keep this going, that keeps 70 people in a job. You know, we as councillors are elected by the public to do what the public want us to do. We've just been through an election, and I mean, you know, I stood on a pro-development campaign and I topped the poll. So does that say that people want to see this kind of thing? It's the public perception of this, and I just feel that doing this, sometimes you look at the policy, but you've got to look at the greater good. You've got to look at the community. You've got to look at what this does for the community. This man, like from what Sean has told us, he does a lot for the community, and you know, employing these people, we should be supporting him. That business with him there will anchor that and keep that there and keep local people in work, which as a council, we applaud this.
Just one meeting. Okay. Yeah, it's got to be raised a certain amount, but having said that, David wants to come in, so we're just gonna.
Thank you, Chairman. I think just to pick up on some of those issues. I mean, firstly, the applicant and his background and his contribution to the community is not material planning considerations. I think just to get that there for members. Yes, and I was sat at the member training last week, so I'm fully aware of what the speaker said. But in terms of sort of balancing the issues, I think there are certain almost red lines, if you like, in terms of if the development site is outside the settlement boundary and conflicts with that settlement hierarchy. Admittedly, apologies for kind of going over ground that I've been over earlier in the afternoon. Then the delivery of housing doesn't sort of trump that. Likewise, flood risk. Again, the delivery of housing doesn't trump flood risk. So while there is a balance in there, there are, shall we say, a greater weight needs to be given to certain issues than other issues in terms of that balancing act. So again, just to make members, particularly new members, sort of aware of that.
I'm going to ask Councillor French, do you want to come back on anything, or Councillor Benny on those? Councillor Benny?
No.
No. Okay. So I'm going to ask once again for clarity. Are you happy to propose to go against officer's recommendation, Councillor French, to approve this? Are you happy to do that? Councillor Benny, are you happy to second that with the conditions afforded to officers? Yes, thank you. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Benny, with those conditions given to officers. Can I have a show of hands on that?
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Obviously, that application has been approved then. We're going to crack on. So I'm going to now hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 22-1215F, agenda item number 17. So David, when you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application to erect up to 2 dwellings involving demolition of an existing building. It's an outline with outline application with matters committed in respect of access at land west of 2 Woodhouse Farm Close, Friday Bridge. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. To the right of the location plan, and indeed to the very right of the location plan, is what is considered to be the sort of the built limits of the settlement of Friday Bridge. The aerial plan shows in greater detail the converted group of farm buildings to the rear of the application site, and also the new build property to the east of the application site, which was approved as part of that conversion scheme. And then the relationship to the wider countryside to the west is evident in both images. The site is located in flood zone 2. So the existing site plan is shown. You can see there's a existing building within the site, and it forms sort of this parcel of land to the side of the access into the conversion scheme there. And then we've got some further details showing the existing building on site, which would be demolished as part of the application proposals. So moving on to the indicative site layout, so the application is in outline with access committed, essentially using that current access to the site. The other details shown are therefore illustrative only. However, these indicate a pair of dwellings running at 90 degrees to the road, and certainly in the case of one of those plots, sitting well forward of the existing front building line of the site. The original planning permission for the conversion scheme in 2012 actually showed a garage block where plot 2, so the upper of the plots, is proposed, and then the remainder of this area was to be a sort of grassed area with trees to give a sort of an element of landscaping and to sort of blend the development into the adjacent open countryside. So the photos on the screen show the current nature of the site, the surrounding development, and also the relationship to the open countryside to the west. So to summarise, it's considered that the principle of development is contrary to the settlement hierarchy, policies of the local plan, as the site is divorced from the built form of Friday Bridge. Development of the site would adversely impact on the character and appearance of the area, eroding its relationship with the open countryside beyond. In addition, the site is in flood zone 2 and no sequential test has been submitted as part of the application. Consequently, the application is considered contrary to the relevant planning policy regarding flood risk. The recommendation is therefore to refuse outline planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thanks once again, David. We have one speaker on this item. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. The existing site is adjacent residential buildings to both the north and to the east. There's already a brick-built building on this site, which is to be demolished. Immediately adjacent to this site, there are 6 residential dwellings, as David showed on the screen. This site was part of a larger site that was a commercial farm park for over 6 years that had over 40,000 visitors a year. There are a number of buildings over that site at the time which have since been converted with approval. In February 2013, in an officer's report to this planning committee, it confirmed that this site, as part of the overall site, is on the edge of a sustainable location, Friday Bridge, which would be under policy LP3. The site is in flood zone 2, as Mr. Rowan has said. Checking throughout this application and even this morning, there are no other sites on the market with planning permission in Friday Bridge that are for sale in a lesser flood zone than this site. There is no objection from the Environment Agency to this proposal on a site that already is surrounded by residential properties to the east and north that were granted approval in 2013 when under previous local plan, but this local plan came in 2014. So that was well advanced from being adopted. The applicant, who's here today, is a member of the local drainage board and has lived at this site for nearly 60 years, and there has been no history of flooding in 5 generations. The applicant submitted pre-application advice in 2019, which is referred to in this report. That advice was given under this local plan. I've got a copy here. The pre-application advice confirms that this area of the site is suitable for limited residential development. The advice was, as per the report, to reduce the proposal from 2 dwellings down to 1, so that would be preferred. But in that pre-application advice, which is here, there is no mention at all of a sequential test. There's no mention of the word flood risk in this pre-application advice. That's 2019. There are no technical objections to this application from Cambridgeshire County Council, Highways, Environmental Health, and the Environment Agency. There's been no local objections. We saw earlier today an application was approved in Friday Bridge that was not supported by the Parish Council. A detailed objection had 22 letters of objection and no one supporting it. This application does have the support of the Parish Council and also has 18 letters of support from persons in Friday Bridge, clearly showing local support for this proposal. We have the map on the screen again, the location plan, please, for the Google image. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. You can see this is indicative, the actual latest and outline application, as David said. 2 plots here, you can clearly see would round off this development. And to the west, as Mr. Rowan said, it is open Fenland. We're not proposing to develop to the west, it would round off the development. And it is indicative, so dwellings within the red line could be moved further back if that's what's requested. The pre-application in 2019 under this local plan confirms that limited residential development at this site would be acceptable. The proposal is for 2 reasonable sized dwellings with greater than a 3rd garden area, ample parking using existing access on a site with no objections from any members of the public or any consultees. Thank you.
I'll just let, if you just bear with me a minute while we just adjust our software. Okay, we're ready to go again now, yeah? Okay, members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Hall, please. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Mr. Hall, just to confirm, you did say had a pre-app that said this would round off the development. Yeah. So it's 2019 different agent. Taking all the above factors into consideration, I want the opinion that a scheme for some limited additional development on this site could be supported, subject to the installation of a footpath previously required, which has been set. I can demonstrate that. Subject to development, however, would need to be of more limited scale than the proposed site plan. When that was submitted by a different agent, that was for 3 plots. We've put in for 2 plots. The third plot, it's not there now, it was in a different area of the site. We haven't put in for that. That's been taken out. Whilst I am of the opinion that there has been some scope for appropriately designed dwelling on the site of plots 1 and 2 as detailed, I consider the proposed scheme as unlikely to receive support. That was for 3 plots. We put in for 2. The third plot was detached from this site. So going back to that, so I'll make it clear, taking all of the above factors into consideration, I'm of the opinion that a scheme for some limited additional development on this site could be supported.
Would you like to come back on that, Councillor Benny?
Yeah, I just feel if someone's gone to the trouble of having a pre-app and you've taken a post on what's been said and then to in effect refuse it, that does seem a little bit.
Okay, we're directing questions, clarifications in a minute to Mr. Hall. So anybody else got any questions? Are you still want to carry on? Yeah,
Another question.
fair enough. Right.
What in terms of millimetres is the difference between flood zone 1 and flood zone 2? Because if you look at the flood maps, there's hardly any flood zone 2 in Fenland. And when we went to Friday Bridge several years ago, we had a site that was in flood zone 2 next to a site that was in flood zone 1, and the flood zone 2 was actually higher than the site in flood zone 1. So, I mean, we know the maps are not right, but there is so little land in flood zone 2. What is the difference between 1 and 2 in terms of millimetres? On this site, what is the difference in levels between the floods? I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, that was it. That was the site on the left-hand side between Friday Bridge and Elm, if you remember rightly. Those questions to officers, please.
David can tell me what is the difference between flood zone 1 and flood zone 2 in terms of millimetres, David, please.
I refer to Mr. Hall's answer.
Okay.
Looks like we're having a good afternoon, everybody.
Right. Back to business. Any more questions for officers? No. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations ready to in this application. So if you'd like to start it off the debate, please, someone. Councillor Benny, and thank you.
I mean, I read this, and after hearing Mr. Hall's presentation, I look at it and I think, first of all, having a pre-app for 2 houses, it's cost that somebody's gone to, and when you put that in for a pre-app and you get an answer back that says put back in for less, and we put back in for less, and it still gets an approval, a recommendation to refuse, does make people, why do people do pre-apps? Just put the application in, but there we are. That's not relevant to this or not.
Questions to officers, Councillor Benny?
Well, no, I thought you were in debate.
No, Councillor, with questions to officers. Then we're going to go in debate.
I thought you did that. Sorry.
No. We never talked about debate yet. We're talking about questions to officers. Is that one to officers? No. Okay. Anybody any questions to officers? No. Now we'll open it up for debate then. Sorry, I think we were. It's my fault. I think I did open it for debate. I do apologise. Anyway, we're open for debate. Councillor Benny, I do apologise profusely.
That's fine. That's all right. When you get over 50, it's allowed. Being kind to you.
But when you get over 70, what's allowed then?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to put an application in, a pre-app in, I mean, the purpose of a pre-app is to give planning advice as to whether it is. I know it's not binding. I know it's not binding. It's not a guarantee of an acceptance of an application. But when it says to accept limited development, which 2 houses is limited development, and then come back with a reason to refuse, I think that's a little bit, maybe unfair, but we'll see. And when we look at flood zone 2 and Friday Bridge, as I said earlier, we went to a site in Friday Bridge several years ago for members of the committee who weren't here at that time. We turned up and the site we were looking at was in flood zone 2, and the one that was in flood zone 1 was actually lower than the one we were in 2. I mean, this is why I asked. And if you look at the flood map, there is very, very little flood zone 2 in the whole of Fenland. It's either flood zone 1 or flood zone 3. So where did flood zone 2 go? It can't be a very big amount. And as we've said earlier today, the mitigation of that is the floor level. Again, this isn't going to run off into a housing estate and cause problems there. I think this, the limited development, which in the pre-app was recommended or indicated that would be approved. I think that, there is good merit for, approving this one today. I see it as a good solid application.
Yeah, it's very confusing, I have to say, and I agree with Councillor Benny there. Exactly what he said. I was on that committee then, and it did bring quite a lot of debate. And it was against officer recommendation that we approved that, to be fair. Not harping on too much about that, but still, debate. Anybody who wants to continue? Thank you, Councillor Benny. No? No, thank you. I'm going to close the debate now. Would you like to come in with clarifications or anything else?
I think firstly to pick up on the pre-app issue, so it was a pre-app from 2019. All pre-app advice is caveated that it is relevant for 1 year only, because ultimately interpretation of policy can move on with appeal decisions, etc., etc. So certainly any advice that was given in 2019 wouldn't be binding on a decision made in 2023 anyway. But I think from what Mr. Hall said, unless I'm mistaken, he did indicate that the advice given was to actually reduce the level of development in this part of the site down to 1 dwelling, whereas we're now obviously looking at 2 dwellings. I apologise if I'm incorrect there, Matthew. But I'm correct. Yeah, so we've still got a level of development that's so effectively the application that's come in has ignored the pre-app advice in any respect. To pick up on the issue of flood risk, and I suppose going back to Councillor Benny's question of what's the difference between flood zones 1, 2 and 3 in terms of levels, etc. I did give a fairly flippant answer earlier and referred back to Mr. Hall's response, but I think probably the slightly more serious answer is it doesn't really matter. It's classified as being in flood zone 2 or flood zone 3, and the planning policy requirements in terms of how such a site is considered in respect of that is quite clear, which is that if there are no sequentially preferable sites, or if there are sequentially preferable sites available, then the application should be refused. And indeed, when applying the sequential test, the issue of mitigation and site-specific mitigation does not outweigh the sequential issue. Essentially, the committee needs to be satisfied that sequentially the site is acceptable. The issue of mitigation comes along after the sequential test has been passed.
You're looking confused, Councillor Benny. Would you like to come back, or you're happy? Anybody got any more questions for officers before I'm looking for a proposal? No? Okay, so again, for about the 10th time today, I'll be initially looking for a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission. Have I got such a proposal or proposal? Councillor Marks. What is your proposal, Councillor Marks? To refuse. Okay, that's fine. Have I got a second of Councillor Marks' proposal? Put your hands up now, forever hold your peace. Councillor, so we don't seem we have, so that proposal has absolutely failed. So I'm looking for another one. Go on, he said.
All right. then in that case, I propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this scheme. Although it says in here, LP 12 states the proposal should be within or adjacent to the development footprint in terms of the pre-app that said development was acceptable, although we now get into the numbers of what it is. It's the principle of development here. I feel that there's a good scheme. Policy LP 16D requires proposals that make positive contribution to local distinctiveness. And we've had this afternoon. That's an interpretation of where you think it's distinctive. It could benefit the area as well. Flood zone 2, as we've said before, it says in the pre-app report that flood zone, that this site is ready and right for development, which if it says in a pre-app report, I know it's, as David said, it's 4 years ago, it doesn't carry weight. But if that was the view, then we're still working on the same local plan. So I don't see why not. So with that, I feel that we could support this application.
Okay. Right, so have we got a seconder for this? Oh, Councillor French. You seem to be working in tandem today. So got to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French, with officer conditions, of course, again related to officers again. If I'll be so bold, don't see anything against that. So right, can we have a show of hands on that one, please?
That's 6, Chairman. 6
Those,
votes.
yeah, those against, just for the record, that application 6.1 has been approved. Thank you. This is the last one. We're going to press on, yeah? Right, so now I'll hand over to David again to present application FYR 221361. It's another PIP. Again, it's agenda item 14. And David, would you like to make your presentation, please?
I meant to declare this earlier. It does state in the report that this is a relative of Councillor Sam Clark. And I don't think anybody else did either, but I do know Councillor Clark, obviously, because we all do. But just wanted to state that I do know Councillor Clark, but that will not interfere. I'll enter this with an open mind, and I'm not prejudiced in any way.
Yeah, I think perhaps,
Still the same.
perhaps if we all do an en bloc one, that I've no idea who her brother is. I've met him.
No,
So obviously we all do know Councillor Clark to some degree or another. So if we can, yeah, absolutely, yeah. please do.
So just to add to that, obviously all members will know Councillor Clark. If any member, however, is more than well friendly with Councillor Clark beyond being a fellow councillor, then they might not be able to approach this with an open mind. I simply mention that because that's the way it should be looked at.
Okay.
Simply by being a colleague doesn't debar people from voting.
I'd just like to go on record and say, I don't think I even know this person, so.
Well, probably being a new councillor, you probably haven't had the pleasure of meeting it yet, but so you're happy, open mind. Councillor Benny, Councillor French is open mind. Councillor Percy, yeah? Yes, obviously you don't know her yet, and Councillor Marks, and I'm happy. So let's press on with an en bloc.
Sorry, Chairman, I do know her. We did campaign together, if that makes any difference.
We'll just take some advice on that then.
I think if you know her simply as a fellow councillor, that's sufficient. That doesn't debar you from taking part.
Okay, so the advice is you're okay. You're happy to take that advice. Okay, so where were we? David.
Sorry.
After that,
Lost my train there, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. Apologies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so agenda item 18 is a application for permission in principle for the erection of up to 6 dwellings at land east of 156 High Road, Newton in the Isle. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It forms part of an agricultural field sort of at the edge of the village. To the east of the site is a group of buildings which is considered isolated from the main built form of the settlement. and the site is in flood zones 2 and 3, predominantly flood zone 3. No indicative details need to be submitted with a permission in principle application. However, this indicative drawing has been submitted, and photos of the site and its surroundings are shown here. So to summarise, the location and amount of development is considered to conflict with the settlement hierarchy, given the proposal is considered to be essentially a village extension rather than the limited infill set out as being appropriate for a small village such as Newton. The development of the site is considered to be to the detriment of the character of the area, which is an area of transition between the built form of the village and the open countryside. In addition, the site is within flood zones 2 and 3 and is submitted without a sequential test. As such, the application does not accord with flood risk policies. The recommendation is therefore to refuse permission in principle as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks once again, David. We have one speaker on this item, and I'll now like to invite Peter Humphrey. Again, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes again, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do normally finish at 5, you know.
Well, don't ask for any overtime money then.
We couldn't afford your rate, Peter.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I've seen such a strong letter of support from the parish council. If I can just read it, it sets the tone rather well. This is from Newton Parish Council. Residential development up to 6 dwellings, land east of 156 High Road. The parish council's planning committee considered this application at their recent meeting. Members expressed strong support for the proposed development. The proposal represents infill development that will complete the High Road frontage and provide the missing link in the footway around the village. Pedestrians currently have to walk along a 60-mile-an-hour stretch of road to complete the circular walk and access the village bus or school. The site is clearly located within the village curtilage, and development of the site will allow the parish council to extend the lower speed limit to the junction of Rectory Road, thereby negating the potential concerns about traffic speed at this location. The flood map of this part of the village is not fit for purpose, a fact acknowledged by the Environment Agency, as it bears no relationship to the topography of the land. In wider context, this proposal aligns with the parish council's aim to allow an appropriate level of growth to ensure the long-term sustainability of our village, as outlined in para 6.7 of the draft local plan. This site is one of a number of similar locations identified by the parish council to facilitate the level of necessary growth highlighted in the draft plan. So there's been one letter of objection, 5 support, the Wisbech Safe Refuge. As the application is for 6 dwellings, we would happily take a planning condition that the dwellings will be either chalet or 2-story. We've instructed instructed a traffic survey. In fact, we got the results this afternoon. Too late to pass on. Well, I think they've probably been emailed to David, but too late for today's meeting. But in any event, the parish council want to move the speed limit signs so that the whole of High Road is 30 miles an hour. The key to this is the new footpath. And also, if I can refer members to para 160 of NPPF, this may come in handy if anyone does recommend it for approval. The development on the exception test states, the development would provide wider sustainable benefits to the community that outweigh the flood risk. Para 160 NPPF, as used by Fenland Council in their own planning application at Parson Grove. The development will be safe for the lifetime, taking into account the vulnerability of its users without increasing the flood risk elsewhere, and where possible, will reduce flood risk overall. This detail will be supplied at a technical stage. Clearly, this is a PIP phase 1. As highlighted by officers within the report, Newton Parish Council this will allow appropriate level of growth to ensure the long-term sustainability of the village. So if we can just summarise, it's supported strongly by the parish. Environment Agency have no objection. Footpath will provide community benefit. 6 dwellings is 11 per hectare, and the planning officers say this is acceptable density. The site is acknowledged as infill, and also the proposed local plan has 1 allocation for 6 within the village of Newton. So this shows clearly that this development for 6 will be of a similar standing. I would therefore request that members do support this application as the parish council desperately need it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you again, Mr. Humphreys. Questions, clarifications to Mr. Humphrey, please? If you have any, of course. Councillor French.
I know it's only a PIP application, but if this was approved, when you come to full plan for reserved matters, would they be prepared to contribute to this footpath and the reduction of speed limit?
I've suggested to the client that we will have to do both of these in order to achieve planning permission. So 1 plot at least value will be used up in putting the footpath along High Road and around the corner on Rectory Road. And the speed limits, we've had a speed survey done. We'll pass that to the parish council and see how they want to work that if this is approved.
Thank you, Councillor French. Anybody else at all? And of course, if they parish council wanted to reduce the speed limit on that road, they obviously could through an LHI bid for the next financial year, couldn't they? So there is that room there to do that if they so wished.
They could do if you want to wait 3 years for them.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, it's a long process, Councillor French, I absolutely agree. But anyway, any more back on track? Any more questions for Mr. Humphreys before we let him go? No, don't see any. Questions to officers, members, please. No questions to officers? No, okay, that's fine. Sorry. Oh, you can indeed.
Thank you, Chairman. Given there's no questions, I'll say something anyway, just to pick up on Mr. Humphrey's comments regarding provision of footway and also accepting conditions regarding the need for safe refuge in the dwellings, or the dwellings to be sort of 2-storey, whatever it may be. Just remind members that this is an application for permission in principle. The government advice is that you cannot grant a permission in principle subject to any conditions, subject to any legal agreements. You are purely looking at location, use, amount. So issues as to what can be achieved in terms of delivering footway improvements or whatever, not particularly material to this application, I'm afraid.
Okay, I see Councillor French wants to come back.
I wasn't proposing to put a condition on.
Well, that's the answer then. Okay, any more questions for officers, or would you like to make any more comments? You wouldn't. Oh, Councillor Benny, sorry.
Question, David. So, although we can't put a condition on the PIP application, when this comes back as a full or outline application, which could be either, couldn't it? We could then put a condition on then when that comes back, could we not?
You would obviously be dealing with a separate application at a later stage with a degree of detail to it. I think the point is that at this moment in time, those issues cannot be considered as part of the determination of the PIP application. You're purely looking, as I say, at location, use, amount, and whether they're acceptable or not.
Any more questions to officers before we move into debate? So now I'm going to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor French, thank you.
I have to say I've sat here for a long time, many years, and I've never ever heard a parish council support something so much. Normally the parish councils don't want anything built but this is absolutely amazing. And if this application is approved, it actually ticks a lot of boxes for the parish.
Okay. Anybody else want to add to that debate? Oh, councillor Benny, thank you.
I mean, I'd echo what Councillor French has just said, that I was in Newton and a month or so ago, and I had a ride round and I had a look, and there is YR 22 1252 and YR 22 1131 53 rather. I mean, these are applications just up the road that were granted. I know every application is different and judged on its own merit and all of that. And I looked around Newton, and you can see that there has been development over a long period of time. You know, Russell Swan said to me years ago, he said you should be able to read architecture and look at it and tell by the style of building as to when it was built. You know, 80s had a very square window set, 70s had big windows, open plan, and you know, from looking at that, and you can tell by driving around Newton that there has been development over many years of different types of development that, you know, wasn't there before. So who's to say this is wrong? That's where I'm sort of going with this. I think from a community, if I lived in Newton, I would be welcoming this application because of the community benefit. Complete the walk around the town, that benefits the whole community, that does. I know we can't guarantee a footpath, but it's what's there. And sometimes, as I said earlier, we have to have a bit of faith in people. And personally, I think that the benefit that this scheme would bring to the wider community outweighs the reasons for refusal. So I will be supporting this application today.
Councillor Benny was still in debate, just to remind everybody. It's been a long afternoon. Anybody else want to add to this debate? Nope. I'm closing it. Officers, what would you like to say? Nothing at all. Okay, so again, I should be initially looking for a proposer to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission. Have I got one? So we're looking to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this. We haven't got one, just to make it clear. Okay, that's failed then. So I'm looking for a proposal to go another one, please. Okay, again, okay. Councillor Benny, what's your proposal?
Okay, my proposal is that we go against officer's recommendation to approve this application. My reasons are the community benefit and the support from the local parish council. As Councillor French said, it is unusual to see from the parish council such a high level of support for this, and sometimes we go against parishes because they don't always look at things the same way we do at this planning committee. But I think that the level of support shows the community need, the community benefit for this, and that outweighs the reasons for refusal. So unless you want anything more, that will do me.
I'll bring out an legal guy.
I just comment that the parish council support is not in itself a reason to approve an application. The contents of what they say may be relevant to planning terms, but not the fact of their support.
Yes.
Okay.
Good use of land. Yeah.
Carry on.
I just think that as a development, it does exactly what the parish council wants, and I can see by reducing the speed limit. I know we're not looking at that today, but somebody's got to kick this ball off to bring the betterment to Newton. And I know Newton struggles as a community, and these extra houses will help with that. In terms of LP3, I don't consider that it is part of or outside the location. I think it is well within the location of Newton as a settlement. And LP12, the distinctive character of the area, as I've said today before, that character can go up as well as down, and I think these will bring additional benefit in terms of character to the settlement.
Okay, so I'm happy with that, I think. Well, I am happy with it. So with that, have I got a seconder for Councillor Benny's proposal then? Oh, Councillor Mifford on. So we have a proposal again to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. Councillor Benny's proposal, Councillor Mifford is seconding it. Can I have a show with officer conditions, obviously. Sorry? Well, okay then. I'm so used to saying, I'm so used to delegating to you as council. So, right, okay then. So can we have a show of hands on that then, please?
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
Okay, so that's been, application's been approved. So that is that. There is no more today, and I shall close this meeting at 6:03. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for attending. And thank you for new members and old alike for helping to make this planning committee work. Thank you.